Happy Monday. Have some tea. Still trying to wake up. I hope you're not in the same boat. How are we all doing out there today on this fine Monday? Hope everybody's well. There's lots of interesting and great people to talk to today. It's exciting. Slightly less than previous days. I'm trying to space them out a little bit more so that maybe we can have time to play some more music as well. Yes, Mr. Stark, it is tea time. I don't feel so well, Mr. Stark. All right. Well, last time, when last we spoke, we had a request from Shelly Martinico for, hey, Tina. We had a request from Shelly Martinico for Please Come to Boston, and I said that I didn't really know it as well as I wanted to, and that I would have to listen to it. So I listened to it for a couple minutes before I came out, and I realized that, I pretty much remember how it goes. It's all good. So we're going to try that one. We'll see how well it goes before my voice warms up fully. All right. Well, we can start with a little beat for it for sure. The woodblock right off the bat. You know it's going to be a good show when the woodblock gets in there right away. Please come to Boston for the springtime. Staying here with some friends, and they got lots of room. You can sell your paintings on the sidewalk by a cafe where I hope to be working soon. Please come to Boston, she said no. Won't you come home to me? And she said, Ramblin' boy, why don't you settle down? Boston ain't your kind of town. There ain't no gold, there ain't nobody like me. I'm the #1 fan of a man from Tennessee. Please come to Denver with the snowfall. Move up into the mountains so far we can't be found. I'll echo I love you down the canyon, and then lie awake at night till they come back around. Please come to Denver, she said no. Boy, you come home to me. And she said, hey, Ramblin' boy, why don't you settle down? Denver ain't your kind of town. There ain't no gold and there ain't nobody like me. I'm the #1 fan of a man from Tennessee. Drifters world goes round and round. Doubt it's ever gonna stop. Of all the dreams I've lost and found, still need to cling to, somebody I can sing to. Please come to LA to live forever. California life alone is just too hard to build. I live in a house that looks out over the ocean. There's some stars that fell from the sky, living up on the hill. Please come to LA, she said no. Boy, won't you come home to me? She said, oh, rambling boy, why don't you settle down? LA can't be your kind of town. There ain't no gold and there ain't nobody like me. Settle down. LA can't be your kind of town. There ain't no gold and there ain't nobody like me. I'm the number one fan of a man in Tennessee. I'm the number one fan of the man in Tennessee. There we go. That was for Shelly Martinico. Hope that was all right. I forgot about the middle part. I didn't listen to that part of the song, so I hope that was relatively close. Felt right. Felt good. Felt good in here. That's all that counts, right? We're among friends, mostly. Oh, Tina, good. I'm finally glad you got to eat dinner. I also got to eat dinner last night at midnight 30. Rewarmed mashed potatoes, turkey, and gravy. Delicious. I loves. Oh, Mr. Stark, buying a keyboard later this week and learning. It shall be an interesting quarantine moving forward. To be said, yes, those are marked words. It shall be interesting moving forward. And good on you. Good on you. Hey, Terry. How you doing? That's the one thing that's making this all incredibly bearable is coming and seeing all of you fine friends of mine. And some new, some old, but nonetheless friends. All right, let's pick it up a bit here. I had this one in my head all day. Hey, Mr. Jeff Elliott. Woodblock in song number 2. We're on a roll. A beautiful day. Not a beautiful day in Windsor, Ontario, I'll tell you that. We got some strong winds. We're under a wind advisory last time I checked. Well, the south side of Chicago is the baddest part of town. And if you go down there, you better just be aware of a man named Leroy Brown. Now Leroy, more than trouble. You see, you stand about 6'4". All the downtown ladies call him treetop lover. All the men's just call him sir. And he's bad, bad, Leroy Brown, baddest man in the whole damn town. Badder than an old King Kong, meaner than a junkyard dog. Well, now Leroy, he's a gambler, and he like his fancy clothes. And he like to wear his diamond rings under everybody's nose. He got a custom Continental, he got an Eldorado too. He got a 32 gun in his pocket for fun. He got a razor in his shoe. And he's bad, bad, Leroy Brown, baddest man in the whole damn town. Badder than an old King Kong, meaner than a junkyard dog. Well, now Friday, about a week ago, Leroy shooting dice. And at the edge of the bar sat a girl named Doris, and ooh, that girl looked nice. Well, he cast his eyes upon her, and the trouble soon began. Leroy Brown learned less about messing with the wife of a jealous man. And he's bad, bad, Leroy Brown, baddest man in the whole damn town. Badder than an old King Kong, meaner than a junkyard dog. Well, the two men took to fighting when they pulled them from the floor. Leroy looked like a jigsaw puzzle with a couple of pieces gone. And he's bad, bad, Leroy Brown, baddest man in the whole damn town. Badder than an old King Kong, meaner than a junkyard dog. Yeah, he was badder than an old King Kong, meaner than a junkyard dog. You know, the worst thing you can do when your brain is still foggy is play a song that's extremely repetitious, and then every once in a while glance over at the chat window and see, and then you forget where you are, and then the chords all run together, and then you're like, oh my God, I don't remember where I am. That's what my voice sounds like, by the way, on the inside of my head. It's that high-pitched, cartoonish Mickey Mouse kind of voice. Mr. Norm Acklin Jr., thank you very much. That is high praise. High praise, sir. We're going to do this one. I haven't done this one in a couple of days, and I really like it. And we get to play with the looper a lot, which is fun. So let's try this out. And we get to we're gonna loop some drums, we're gonna loop some bass, we're gonna loop some organ, we're gonna loop some piano, and then we're gonna play guitar and sing. Here we go. Okay, so there's our percussion. We'll get some bass in here. pretty good. We'll get some B3 in the background there. Nice dreamy little B3. And then we'll loop our little piano part. This one's cool. I just got to remember how it goes. That's it. So pretty. Woke up this morning, the house was cold. Checked the furnace, she wasn't burning. Went out and hopped in my old Ford. Hit the engine, but she ain't turning. Giving each other some hard lessons lately, but we ain't learning. The same sad story, that's a fact. One step up and two steps back. Bird on a wire outside my motel room, but he ain't singing. Earl and white outside a church in June, but the church bells they ain't ringing. I'm sitting here in this bar tonight, but all I'm thinking is I'm the same old story, same old life. One step up and two steps back. It's the same thing night all night. Who's wrong, baby, who's right? Another fight and I slam the door home. Another battle and our dirty little war. And I look at myself, I don't see the man I wanted to be. Somewhere along the line I slipped off track. One step up and two steps back. So girl across the bar, I get the message she's sending. She ain't looking to marry me. Well, honey, I'm pretending. I started dreaming held you in my arms, and the music was never ending. We danced as the evening sky faded to black. One step up and two steps back. One step up and two steps back. One step up and two steps back. One step up and 2 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 steps back. You're right, Mr. Mason Vi. That was The Boss. That was from the Tunnel of Love album. One step up and 2 steps back. I don't play it exactly like the album because the looper, I can't loop exactly. The loop block was in there, Jocelyn. So far, the wood block has been in every song so far. It's like a super wood block. We're gonna have like days of the week, maybe like wood block Wednesdays and something like that. There's no C, so we can't have like a cowbell. Maybe it'll be Cowbell Monday and the C is silent. We'll start spelling Monday with a silent C. Well, we are like one song away from our first guest, who I'm excited to talk to. Not only is he a fine musician in his own right, but he is also an educator. It'll be nice to see how the education plan has kind of been working out with this whole redistribution of knowledge electronically. Kind of excited about that. Let's try this one. Helps if you clear the loop from before. Let's try it again. Brain fog. For Jocelyn. All right. Don't you feel it growing day by day? People getting ready for the news. Some are happy, some are sad. Gotta let the music play. What the people need is a way to make them smile. It ain't so hard to do if you know how. Gotta get a message, get it on through. Now, mama, don't you ask me why. Oh, listen to the music. Oh, listen to the music. Oh, listen to the music all the time. you know better everything I say. Meet me in the country for a day. We'll be happy and we'll dance. So I'm gonna dance the blues away. If I'm feeling good to you, you're feeling good to me. Well, there ain't nothing we can do to say. Feeling good, feeling fine. Baby, let the music play. Oh, listen to the music. Oh, listen to the music. Oh, listen to the music all the time. Like a lazy flowing river, surrounding castles in the sky. And the crowd is growing bigger, listening to the happy sounds, and I got to let them fly. Whoa, whoa, listen to the music. Whoa, whoa, listen to the music. Whoa, whoa, listen to the music all the time. This is something without the guitar, doesn't it? Doobie Brothers, yeah, hard to do without the guitar. I thought maybe I could do a better job of it on the piano. Probably should have just stuck with the guitar on that one, but we live and learn. These are the lessons. These are the sands of the hourglass through the days of our lives, or something along those lines. Well, we have our first guest that I am preparing right now. I'm giving him a shout. Look at that. We are like almost actually we're like a minute early. I hope he's going to be there if we're a minute early. I'm not used to being. Oh my goodness. Jocelyn came up with them all already. Maraca Monday, Triangle Tuesday, Woodblock Wednesday, Tambourine Thursday, French Horn Friday, Synthesizer Saturday, and Saxophone Sunday. It's good that I play almost none of those instruments. Woodblock, however, I can nail the woodblock. All right, well, I see Ted has joined us, and he has already put his camera in landscape because he's just that fine example of a human being that we look for, the quality of the programming on this show that we aspire to. And we are going to bring him over in like 2 seconds as soon as I can figure out where my mouse is. There it is. Mr. Lamont.
How's it going, sir?
It's going. Now, hang on a second. I don't understand why I don't see you. Oh, there. Now I see you. Oh, I have to click the right button, Ted. I don't know if you're aware of this, but when you're clicking buttons, the right button is the button to click, the correct one.
Right one.
Yeah. It gets you every time. Good day, sir. And how are you?
Not too bad. Yourself?
I'm doing okay. And first, the most obvious question out of all of them is, how's everybody in the household doing? Okay.
They're hanging in there. I got 2 boys, so grade 6 and grade 9. They're pretty diligent as far as getting the homeschooling thing going themselves, self-propulsion and that kind of thing. So
excellent. Well, my mom can attest to the tribulations of raising 2 boys. So yeah, good on you, sir.
Yeah, awesome.
All right. Well, as your little title card says, you're both a musician and a fine musician, and you do TED Tuesdays, correct?
Correct.
Yes. So
on 8 o'clock, tune in.
On TED Tuesdays, make sure you tune out of this show and tune into Ted's show because you won't regret it. He's a far better guitar player and a far better singer than I am, so you'll enjoy it much more. But also, you are an educator for the Greater Essex County District School Board.
Normally, I am. Right now, I'm actually a supply teacher. So, and the fact that schools aren't in session. I'm actually not working right now in the supply, but hopefully, I'm not sure actually when they're going to call back the vocational teachers. Hopefully, maybe I don't know. I'm not sure if this by June or not, but I think it's September maybe.
Now that brings up an interesting question because they've moved toward this online learning curriculum, and I'm assuming is that something that you've got your two boys into,
Yeah,
or
they're in it. Yeah, for
okay.
sure.
So what do you think of that move? Are they doing an adequate job in terms of keeping the curriculum up? And secondarily, do you think that that system may get overloaded to the fact that they're going to have to call up supply teachers in order to help with the video teaching?
Everybody's doing it from home, so unless someone's deathly ill and they just can't manage it, but a lot of what they're doing is like more project based. Like they're like the younger grades are doing daily activities, and I'm assuming anyway. It's I think it's a learning curve for a lot of teachers as well. So
Yeah,
yeah, done before, but for sure the high schools are doing bigger projects, I would think.
yeah, that's been the case in our household from the little bit that when I'm able to remove myself from the studio and go into the house and recognize I have a family. Um, that's what they're doing is more project based stuff. I do have to point out that Jocelyn from the comments here is she has three love eye emoticons, right, followed by look at all those guitars.
There's a lot back there.
Oh my goodness! Now, how have you, in terms of all of us in the performance circle of things, um, we've all seen our gigs obviously wiped off the face of the
Yeah.
planet. How
It's
far
never
how far out are you? What's your earliest gig that you can still sort of look forward to?
I play on Peely Island quite a bit through the summer, and that's been basically cleared except for the last. I have one final date in August that I'm hoping to hang on to, but and then I don't know. Everything else is basically like wait and see kind of thing.
Yeah,
So
nobody's really wants to use the C word as often as possible. Everybody wants to use the postpone word instead of cancel.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So
The White Noise has a gig in June at Caesars, but we're waiting to see what happens there as well, obviously. So
yeah, we're in the same boat with Jay Sharp. We don't know from really, we haven't really heard very much from them, but I mean, they're closed. So,
yeah, yeah, for sure. Yeah, yeah.
so tell me a little bit about, with the, with having two boys in the house and having to control them and kind of, well, not control them, but keep them occupied, shall we say. Do you have any tips out there for people who are maybe, undergoing a little bit of cabin fever and, you found some creative ways maybe to keep people occupied and focused or, at least their minds mentally active?
Yeah, well, once the weather's getting better, I just try to break up the technology through the day, basically. Like put limits on, not necessarily limits, but just try to time out different activities that we can do.
Sure.
We play a lot of games and um, go biking or whatever, that kind of thing. And my older one's in piano, so he's got to do piano practicing as well. And
I heartily endorse this choice of instrument, by the way.
I was telling him about you. Actually, he's gonna be checking your skills out later.
Cool. You can use me as an example of everything not to do when playing the piano. That's it's like just watch him very carefully, and everything he does, do the opposite. You'll be fine. Um, so two questions for you then that I've come to really like these questions because it makes people stop and think. I think anyway, or people have told me, and that is it's a two-parter. The first part is what do you miss the most out of life from when we could go out and do things in an unrestricted manner, and then the second part is have you found anything having to be forced to be isolated in your home that's brought you kind of a surprising amount of comfort or joy?
Well, so the first part, I like going out to the pubs and seeing the regulars that like I play the Kildare quite a bit and just on a roll downtown and different places. Even in the States, I play in Rochester once a month and you see regulars there and Lake Orion, I play up there as well. And and I guess I miss going out and seeing just people in the scene and jammers that like to come up to all that kind of stuff. But
For sure, for sure.
um, it's focused me on practicing more. Being at home, I've been practicing a lot and trying to like reconnect musically with writing and just practicing in general, actually, and doing family stuff as well.
Nice. Yeah, of course. I think
Cooking a little bit more.
the one nice thing, and it's been pretty much a common thread through this whole thing, which I think is really it's very heartening, is
Yeah.
that I don't even know if that's a word. I know disheartening is a word, so heartening must be a word. Heartwarming. Let's use heartwarming. How
Heartwarming.
about
There
that?
you
Yeah.
go.
Is that people are finding that they're forced time with the family, right? But that
Yeah,
that
oh,
that
for sure.
forced time, they're rediscovering the joy of being around the ones that
Yeah.
that they're with, and
No,
it's pretty cool.
it is very cool. Yeah.
Now, I'm going to ask the question that Jocelyn's probably too afraid to ask or hasn't thought of yet. And to be honest with you, she's one of the people that has been asking some incredibly great questions. So I'm just going to go ahead and adopt this question on her behalf. Out of your wall of guitars, to your behind right, to behind left, what is your favorite, and does it have a name
Well,
and a story behind it?
the the 335 is my go-to. I play this thing all the time, and it sounds monstrous. It's pretty versatile guitar. Um, this this is the this is my oldest one. It's a Les Paul Custom. It's an '84, so it's not like a real sought after year, but it's got the lowest action of all my guitars. So it's for anything really fast. This is my go-to. I gotta play speed. This is my when I was in the band Blasternaut. This was my main guitar.
That guitar just screams the word Blasternaut, by the way. It
Yeah,
does.
for sure. Although I'm a big Kinks fan, as you probably know,
Yes.
and Dave Davies was the first rock guy to actually play a V to bring it to the rock masses, like back in like 64,
No
65.
kidding.
Yeah. So even before Hendrix did. So
Nice. There's some trivia you've heard here for the first time.
there you go. And it got the Gretsch, Power Jet, a couple acoustics, the telly there. So
Nice.
yeah,
Nice.
rock and roll.
And then we should mention for our non-guitar player or non-musically technically adept people that when you speak about the action on the guitar, that's typically the distance from the strings to the fretboard. And
That's
generally when we say the lower the action, it means the closer the strings are to the fretboard, and means you can actually make contact with them faster. So like you said, you can play faster.
yeah. And it's got an ebony fretboard as well, so it's just fast. It's
Yeah. I
really
I fortunately don't have that problem because I can't play guitar that well, so it doesn't matter. The action on my guitar is typically about 6.5 feet off the fretboard because that's as long as it takes me to move my hands around. So, so your next TED Tuesdays are coming up this tomorrow. In fact, then right?
tomorrow. Yeah,
Cool.
yeah. 8 o'clock. I usually run for about an hour and a half or so. So
Excellent. And well then I'm going to request some Kinks. Then I'm just going to let you know.
all right,
Yeah.
we'll get the king.
Perfect.
You can't go wrong with that.
Jocelyn actually has a question for you. She says, if you could, oh, this is a tough one. This is going to be a tough one. Are you ready?
Sure.
If you could only keep one guitar, which would it be? And, being that you're such a musical guy, are your kids influenced to play as well? We know that your one son does piano, but does your other son play?
Yeah. He's my other son's learning the uke right now,
Nice.
and he's all right. We're doing some Beatles stuff. He's playing Obladi Oblada on the uke and
Fantastic.
everything. Yeah. So, probably the 335 I would keep.
Yeah.
I only just because it's so versatile and blues, jazz, rock. It covers all the bases.
Yeah, and you can, that's a guitar that the natural tone on it just sounds so good.
Exactly, and it's hollow too. Yeah, it
Yeah.
projects even not being amplified. So
Yeah. So in the day, the forthcoming post-apocalyptic dystopian future, Postman days, be on the lookout for Ted. He'll be atop a horse delivering the mail with his 335 strapped to his back.
yeah, exactly.
Well, I'm going to leave you with the following two questions that I've been asking everybody,
All right.
it's an opinion-based question. We've all heard the edicts and guidelines that have come down from the various levels of government on what we ought to be doing, what we ought not to be doing. But what, in your estimation, is something that we should be doing, or what people should be doing, and what people shouldn't be doing?
I agree. We should be listening to the health experts. Like they're the experts, right, in the field, and just trying to follow their recommendations on social distancing and all that kind of thing, and because and I know a lot of people have their opinions on trying to break out of it a little bit, but I think for the most part we should just follow their instructions on that kind of thing.
Right. And then does that answer the second part of the question? Is that what we shouldn't be doing, or do you have, are there things that you're seeing maybe
Shouldn't we
that
be
are
doing? Uh, what shouldn't we be doing? I have noticed the the consumption of alcohol at home a little bit more. Not sure why that has happened, but
because you have two boys, Ted? That's
yeah, exactly.
that's what.
But I was saying how it's now socially acceptable to drink by yourself.
Right.
So,
Starting out the
so
day with a glass of
I'm
wine
already
is,
not.
yeah, fair enough. And I think that we've seen that the lines for the LCBO have pretty much indicated where our priorities lie after groceries and essentials. Yeah.
Uh,
Well, sir, I want to thank you very much for being a part of this conversation. And
awesome. Thanks for having me on.
yeah, absolutely. And I urge everyone to check Ted out when he goes and does his live thing every Tuesday, Ted Tuesdays on Facebook Live.
We're back playing again, I guess.
What's that?
Until we're back playing again.
That's right. And I always say this to all of my musician friends. I can't wait till the time when that we're so busy I can't come see you. Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly.
Anyway, Ted, if you would be so kind, maybe as to pop in your a link to your Facebook in the comments for this video, so that people can
Sure.
go and check you out. I would
Good.
appreciate it.
All
And
right.
until then, you and the family be safe, please.
Okay. Have a good one.
All right. Thanks a lot, Ted.
Bye.
Peace out. Well, there we were with Mr. Ted Lamont, educator, musician, and 335 owner. I think he would heartily endorse that endorsement or that label. Hey, Jacqueline Cataret, and I must say hi to my cousin Julie Lucon. Hello, Julie. Denny Baster says, "Hi, I'm watching from the Superstar parking lot," because that's the kind of world we live in now. We can just, the technology is so amazing. You can just pull up your phone and I can invade your privacy in your car while you're waiting for the Superstore groceries. Oh boy. Well, that's exciting. It's exciting to hear from new people that haven't really been on the program yet. And it's exciting. Yeah. And Ted's just a nice guy. Just such a nice guy. I could have used that opportunity to better select another song. But I didn't. So now I'm scrolling through the list. I'm sure it's super exciting for you all. The other part of this that we could mention while I'm looking through the list is, hey, Sandra, how are you? I have a fellow from out Chatham Way up next as a guest, so I hope you stick around for that. Because of all of our gigs getting canceled, a lot of musicians are starting to do this online streaming deal, and we are looking, to kind of offset some of the income that we are losing. And those are some links for me if you feel the need to, or feel the urge to satisfy some benevolent feeling of yours. That would be appreciated. And if you know anybody that wants to be a part of this conversation, please put them in contact with me. The response has been fantastic, and I think it's great. And I mean, who knows how long this is going to go on? I'm going to aim to keep doing this until at least this is over. But we don't know how long it's going to go on. Center field, says Jocelyn Laporte. I can try it. Jay Sharp has done it before with Mr. Jim O'Neill singing. And I don't know the guitar riff, so I don't know if that matters. But we can try it. Might be a little high too. Have I learned Changes by Black Sabbath? Jeff, was I supposed to learn that one? Is that something I was supposed to have done? I don't know. Well, let's see if we can try this one. I think we can give it a shot. Woodblock. Now the most important part of this song. It's on a separate loop, so we can trigger it whenever we want. Now I just got to know if I can play it in the original key. Yeah, I might not be so. Yeah, we'll see. Let's see if I can figure out the. We're gonna do our best with it, Jocelyn, and we're gonna see what happens. That's all we can do.
Spent some time in the Mudville night, watching it from the bench. I took some lumps when the mighty case struck out. Say, hey, Will, tell Taka, Joe DiMaggio, say it ain't so, you know the time is now. So put me in, coach. Center field. enough glove, a homemade bat, a brand new pair of shoes. Oh, I think it's time to give this game a ride. Just to hit the ball, touch 'em all. A moment in the sun, it's gone. You can't tell that one goodbye. Put me in, coach, ready to play today. Put me in, coach, I'm ready to play today. Look at me, yeah, I could be center field. Put me in, coach, ready to play today. Put me in, coach, I'm ready to play today. Look at me, I could be center field.
Well, apart from me singing it, practice like testing it an octave down, and then realizing it's supposed to be an octave up and going for it before my voice is really awake, that wasn't terrible. Bryn Kibble, one of the best sound engineers in the city of Windsor. The song makes me miss coaching all my ball players. Hope we can play sometime soon. I agree. We are all going to hope that we can get out, especially now that the summer is approaching and the weather's going to start getting nicer, and we're going to start looking forward to all of those exterior activities that we're going to miss so much. But the important thing is to remember that we need to stay diligent and do things for the best for everybody. And I know people are missing boating season, they're missing camping season and trailer season and sports season and all that kind of stuff. And I mean, we're all missing gigging season too. So everybody's making sacrifices and it sucks. But we will get there. I'm sure we're going to get there. All righty. Oh, Mr. Rick Labonte, thank you so much. Rick will be a guest on the show. Looking forward to it. Looking forward to it. You know what? I don't think I've ever played this song on the stream. So let's try it. It's got a cool beat we can do. This isn't really a woodblock song, but we're going to do it anyway. I don't know the riff for it either, so I'm going to have to do my best on the riff. Look at all these things I don't know. I've never had to play it on guitar before, so I don't know. Urban blues on the street, loose and
incomplete under skies of smoky blue-green. Well, I can't forsake a Dixie head shave, gotta dance the sidewalk clean. Well, my memory is muddy, what's this river that I'm in? New Orleans is sinking, man, and I don't wanna swim. Colonel Tom, what's wrong? What's going on? You can't tie yourself up for a deal. He said, hey, north or south, shut your big mouth. You gotta do what you feel is real. Ain't got no picture postcards, ain't got no souvenirs. My baby, she don't know me when I'm thinking about those years. Pale as a light bulb hanging from a wire, sucking up to someone just to stoke the fire. Picking out the highlights of the scenery. Saw a little crowd that looked nothing at all like me. I had my hands in the river, feet back up in the banks. I looked up to the Lord above and said, hey man, thanks. Sometimes I feel so good I gotta scream. She said, go to bed and know exactly what you mean. She said, I swear to God, she said, memory is muddy once this river that I'm in. New Orleans is sinking, man, and I don't wanna swim.
That's a song that I've heard other musicians play a million times. I think I've played it twice on the piano or organ, probably. Hopefully it was all right. I don't know the riff. Oh, and the voice is just blah today. Has anybody else found this, that your sleep schedule is like, there was a great meme on Facebook I saw where it's the scene from Captain Phillips, you know, where he says, I'm the captain now. Anyway, and it's got the picture of Tom Hanks on one side and the picture of the other guy on the other side, and the Tom Hanks says 10 a.m. to 6 a.m., and this guy over here says 1 p.m. to 5 a.m., and he says, look at me, I am the sleep schedule now. And that's, I find myself in that same boat. You know, I do this from like 7 to midnight, and then I'm all kind of, you know, as musicians get after you play, you get kind of keyed up. So I go inside and I watch some TV or something, have something to eat, and then go to sleep. And then for some reason I snap wide awake at 7 o'clock in the morning and get up and have some breakfast of some kind and prepare the cool title cards. Where are they? There they are. For the guests that are coming up for that day, and I make some posts and I clean up some graphics on this thing, and then around 1 o'clock, I absolutely crash out and go back to sleep and have a really hard time waking back up at like 6:30, so I can come out here and start this all up again. So yeah, the last few days that my voice is taking some time to get going, but that's okay. No one is no one's judging me too bad. I don't think anyway. Or at least they're being kind enough not to say anything about it. We're going to try this one. This song is an inside joke. An inside joke. With my eldest daughter and I. And don't think for a second we're not going to put some wood block in there. Anyway, we always call this song, the song is actually called One Fine Thing by Harry Connick Jr. It's a great, great groove that I don't know the middle part of, and that's fine. We're not going to do it. But we call it Jazzy Gun because when we were first playing the song, for some bizarre reason, we walked by each other in the hallway, and we just did this. We gave each other the 6 guns, right? But then it was like a jazzy kind of feel to it. So now this is Jazzy Gun. That's the name of the song. Use that information for whatever purposes you want. When I'm walking, I see you, and I'm wondering what it must be like to be you. You're a sunrise, you're heaven, you're the reason that God rested on day 7. You're one fine thing. When I'm dreaming, oh, I love you, and I know that there is one just version of you. Can I have you? 'Cause I need you. Or if you tell me where you want to go, I'll lead you. You're one fine thing.
Well, I flirted and outdated, and I'm thinking that the single life is overrated. Oh, so I'll loiter, I'll linger, and I'll try to get a ring around your finger. You're one fine thing. 'Cause you're one fine thing. You're one fine thing.
Need to learn the middle part of that song one day, and I need to remember to shut the looper off when I'm done doing the solo part. Brain fog. All right. Well, we are about one brief moment away from our next guest. And I'm just going to make sure I've got everything set to go for that before. You know, this whole being prepared thing is a new thing to me. Yes, we are prepared. We are pleased. All right. I'm going to do this one again. We're in that jazzy kind of mood, and it's nice right now for my voice, which is still desperately trying to wake up. And this whole whatever this illness that I'm currently exhibiting now has moved into my nose. Little post nasal action going on. Super good times. Making it real sucky for performing. All right. Same kind of jazzy beat for this one. This is a fun one. If you're a Simon & Garfunkel fan, you'll recognize this one pretty fast. It's an early one. I love it. It's just nonsensical, and that's what I love the most about it.
Wish I was a Kellogg's cornflake, floating in my boat, taking movies, relaxed in a while, living in style, talking to a raisin who occasionally plays LA, casually glancing at his toupee. Wish I was an English muffin, about to make the most out of a toaster. I'd ease myself down, coming up brown. I prefer the boysenberry more than any ordinary jam. I'm a citizen's boysenberry jam fan. Oh, South California. If I become a first lieutenant, would you put my photo on your piano? To Mary Jane, best wishes, Martin. Old Roger Draft Dodger, leaving by the basement door. Everybody knows what he's tippy-toeing down there for.
All right. Well, that was fun. I love that song. Punky's Dilemma is what it's called. And it is time for our very next guest. Look at that. Almost so perfectly timed. Who is this guy? He's on top of things today. Production assistant, my sweet patoot. He needs no one. He's a one-man show. All right. Well, my next guest is a one half of a very popular duo from the Chatham area. You've probably seen them if you've been around the Chatham area and elsewhere. They've been in Windsor as well. An absolute fantastic musician, both of them are. They are together collectively known as Toast and Jam. But individually, he's known as Mr. Mike Ewer, and he is slowly getting set and joining me. I will wait for him to find his place, and then casually turn his phone sideways so that we get some excellent landscape video. And we'll get his perspective coming from another area in southwestern Ontario, and we'll see how things are going up there, and obviously how things are going with him and his family and everything as well. And I think he's there right now. Let me just flip over to this page, and we will get some audio. Mr. Mike Ewer, how are you, sir?
Mr. Christopher Maritet, I'm very well. How are you?
I am also very well. You're giving us the walkabout.
A walkabout. Yeah, I was supposed to expect this. I forgot the what time it was supposed to be.
Oh, well.
You know how musicians keep time.
Yeah, I'm currently in an epic state of brain fog right now, so.
That's good. A lot of people would pay money to be in that state.
This is the best psychological or psychedelic experience I've had today. So,
Good.
Well, first off, the most important question: how is everyone there? Everyone okay?
Oh yeah.
Good. Okay.
Healthy and happy and figuring out the new normal.
Yes. 100%. Or the new abnormal, or the chrysalis from which whatever the new normal will be born.
Sure.
I know it's getting a little too philosophical at this point in time, but
So I only get to look at your keyboard. I don't, and your left arm. Is that
oh,
the,
sorry.
that's the deal here?
Is the crotch cam still up there? Hang on a second. Let me
Yeah.
let me just flip that camera over. 1 second.
I didn't sign up for this.
Listen, this is the entertainment portion of the show, sir. And is that better?
Actually, no, it's not. I thought it would be, but
sadly, now you see the face and you're like, please give me the pants back.
yeah.
Anyway.
You could be like one of those optometrists, A or B. A or B. I'm
Better,
going to go
worse,
with A.
better, worse, better, worse.
Yeah.
How about now? This angle? All right. Well, we're all finding ourselves in a bit of a weird situation, especially for those who are forced extroverts in the music business or performance business. And I guess my first question for you is, how far out have your gigs been either postponed or canceled at this point?
I mean, I guess that's up to the government and everybody else. I mean, nothing's been. We've had some private shows canceled in July and August now.
That's what I was more getting at. Like shows that you already have had on the schedule. How far out are they saying? Okay, we're gonna have to push these off.
Yeah. I mean, all the bar and casino stuff for the next. Obviously, I'm sure till the next month or two is done. We haven't had any formal cancellations by those people because it's not in their hands, right? It's kind of a government says can't do it. So we haven't even heard from some of them because it's understood that we're not playing there until further notice. Here, let me just stick that so I don't jump around so much anymore. There we go.
It was totally appealing to my psychological or my psychedelic side. I loved it. Yeah. No.
But a couple of the private things have been. One of them was a wedding in July. It got moved to the following, next July, which on one hand, I said to my wife, on one hand, it's good. We're still gonna do the wedding and get paid. On the other hand, they're gonna now take up a Saturday night next July that we could have booked somewhere else, right?
For sure.
So,
for sure.
But it's disappointing, obviously. But what are we gonna do about it, right? There's no options for us to say, hey, we're gonna go out there and do it anyway.
Yeah, I think the point is to make the best of it, and in terms of doing it anyway, I mean we're starting to see so many more musicians, and yourself included, that are starting to do these kind of things where we're streaming online because partially just to stop ourselves from going nutty, and partially to satisfy that craving we have to perform, and then also because people have a distraction from being cooped up all the time. What are you guys doing? Maybe just in your household. What are you guys doing to kind of while away the time? And do you have any suggestions for those who are maybe going a little bit stir crazy?
Well, there are a few things that or at least a couple of things we've done since the lockdown that we didn't do before. Doing a lot more puzzles. I mean, we used to do family puzzles once in a while. So I mean, we always have a puzzle going on right now, so we sit down and do that together. But the probably the most fun thing we do, we set up a volleyball net rope in the backyard, and we're playing a little 2-on-2 volleyball, and which
Nice.
we hadn't really done before. So it's kind of the the silver lining to this cloud is that we found a few other ways to play together and have fun together, and it's not all bad, right? So
Yeah, for sure. Now, speaking of playing together, how badly do you miss the other half of? So first, let me ask: are you the toast or the jam? Let's set this on the record once and for all.
I'll answer the question with a question. How do you get the caramel inside of the caramel bar?
Okay, so you're the
Right.
tam. You're the tam, and he's the jost. I get it. That's fine.
No, I'll tell you the short version of that. The 35-second version is that we came up with a name as a Mark was working in the hardware section in a Canadian Tire, and he was reading off some paint names, and he came up with Jack Horner's Plum and a hint of oatmeal. Those were the possible band names we thought were kind of neat. And then he said bread and butter, and I said, no, but I like the blank and blank, just kind of. And then I thought of the old, I like bread and butter, I like toast and jam. And in that very moment, I said, and we'll toast, and then we'll jam. Get it?
Yeah, I like it. I like it.
So that was in 2002, and we just went as toast and jam, and then within a few months, people were saying, well, which one's toast, which one's jam? And we would always say, neither one of us is toast, neither one of us is jam. It's just the name. It's just like, which one's pink,
which one's pink,
Floyd, right?
Yeah,
so,
gotcha.
But finally, on the way to Windsor one night, we were doing a bar in Windsor, and we kind of talked about that. People were bugging us about that, and we just said, I don't care, you pick one. I said, okay, I'll be toast, you be jam. He said, okay. So Mark is jam and I'm toast.
Okay, so
I'm missing the dynamic of and the energy of the two-piece for sure. But.
Now, are you guys able to keep in contact? Sorry, I just have to jump in here real quick from the comment section. We have somebody from Twitch saying, hello, is this a podcast? We've coined a new term here. It's called a live cast. So all of the things that are happening right now are live, and then this program will then be stored and you can replay it again later on YouTube. Anyway, are you guys able to keep in contact and kind of keep up to, are you able to practice somehow remotely, virtually at all? Have you figured out a way to do that? Or are you guys just kind of happy at this point to just say, you know what, we're gonna wait and see how things kind of shake out?
Well, I can't speak for Mark, but I'm just kind of try not to get too anxious about getting back going again. Obviously, I'd love to start playing this weekend. I have a little reminder on my phone every Monday night to post promos for the coming weekend, and it just went off about an hour ago, and I went, nothing to do this weekend either. So I'm anxious to get back at it, but can't force it to happen, and drive yourself nuts if you say, oh, hopefully it's in 2 weeks. Well, it's not going to be in 2 weeks, so we'll wait and see. Yeah, I mean, we keep in touch. We text each other and tell each other what's going on as far as cancellations and things like that. And we were debating a few weeks ago whether to get our U.S. visas, and we went ahead and did that because we thought, well, hopefully by summertime we'll be back at it again. We get visas, 12-month visas every year, and we had to decide a few weeks ago whether to do that. So,
right.
Yeah.
Well, let me pose this question to you. Actually, sorry. First off, so what's the social situation like up there in Chatham in terms of we've seen some instances here in Windsor of panic buying and all that kind of stuff, and we've seen there are some very small but very vocal groups that want to just kind of end this and get out there and do their own thing, and how are people kind of reacting to this lockdown where you're at, because it is a little bit of a smaller town than Windsor, and it's a little, you county folk have your own little way of operating, right? So what's the social climate like out there right now?
It's I'm sure it's on a slightly smaller scale, but I mean the same as your experience in there. There was panic buying, and I was just in the grocery store today I'm limiting my trips for sure, as we all are, hopefully. But I was in there today, and I noticed the toilet paper aisle is still pretty thin. But two of my daughters are in Blenheim, and they say the stores there are a little bit better stocked in Blenheim. Chatham did have some panic buying, as far as I can tell, but I don't know. People are getting on, pressuring everybody to stay home, which is absolutely understandable and necessary, I think, because there's people that want to say, it's not going to happen to me. We do have the fortune here, I guess, in Chatham, that my wife and I can go for a walk in the neighborhood, and if we see anybody, which isn't always, but if we do, we can keep lots of distance between. We can walk out on the street while they're on the sidewalk, and vice versa. So I feel for those people in the really busy city centers that you can't go for a walk without being a foot away from somebody else, right? So we do have that benefit here in a smaller town that you can.
at least get out a little bit and see a
Yeah.
little bit of the outside world, and it's important that you touched on the one thing there that I want to a little expand on just a little bit. That people say, well, it's not going to happen to me, but that's not really the point. The point is that
Yeah.
you may potentially pass it on to somebody else that may pass it on to somebody else, and then that might get to a more susceptible portion of the population, right? So the point
Yeah.
is really it's immaterial whether it happens to you or not on a larger scale. I mean, on a personal scale, obviously, yes,
Yeah.
please, Mike, don't get it. But,
Mhm. On the other hand, I just said to my wife 10 minutes ago, we were talking about this, and I said, because it's such a unknown, for all we know, you and I might be immune to it. We maybe we could lick the nose of a guy that has it and never get the virus. Yeah, uh, we don't know the physiology of who it's attacking yet. They haven't dug down that deep to see, who, if there's a genetic disposition to being susceptible to it or not.
sure, and
We're at such a young point in the age of this virus that how you supposed to find that out? But I mean, the only thing we can do is be cautious and assume that we can all get infected. My brother said that. Let's just assume that we all have it
yes,
and act accordingly.
For
Stay away
sure.
from everybody else.
for sure. And the other side of that is, I'm not necessarily sure that there's I mean, there can't be an immunity at this point because it's something new, right? It's made the leap from animal to human, right? And so I
Not
don't.
immunity not in the sense of your antibodies have created that immunity, but there are indications that there are certain if you're Rh positive,
Right,
I think
yeah.
in your blood type, you're more susceptible to it,
Yeah.
to the symptoms of it. So it's not immunity in the sense that your body has created that defense to it, but how it will affect you at all.
For sure, and you maybe end up one of these age brackets. Apparently, there are age brackets where the symptomology is much milder, right? So that
Yeah.
it's not quite as terrible for either the terribly old or the terribly young.
I'm in that really young age back.
I'm in the terribly old bracket right now. I mean, I'm 187 years old, Mike. I can't take chances.
In dog years, maybe. Yeah.
So let me ask you this question: what do you miss the most out of when you were allowed to kind of go and do whatever you like to do? And then secondly, have you found anything unexpected by having to be locked at home that's brought you an unexpected moment of joy or comfort?
Hmm. Well, I have 3 grown daughters in this area, and I haven't. It's been over a month since I've been able to give them a hug. So I would say that that and visiting my mom. She lives on her own in Blenheim, and I haven't. I call her, talk to my kids through various social media methods, but just giving them a hug and yeah, that's probably what I miss the most. And aside from the family part of it, just the we live very close to we're right in Chatham. We live very close to a grocery store and to a pharmacy, and just to be able to pop into the grocery store for a few things, which we always did. We would never buy more than $40 or $50 worth of groceries at a time because we live so close to the grocery store. We just grab it on the way home, grab a few things. Well, we're trying to be very, stay on the suggested behavior as far as going to grocery stores. So we don't go until we really, really need to.
Right.
And then we stock up on, when we finally got out of our self-isolation, we were in the States for a while, so we had to do our 2 weeks.
Yep.
We bought $300 worth of groceries. I've never done that in my life, but that's aside from the family contact thing. What I miss the most is just being able to freely walk into a store without feeling like I really shouldn't come in here because I really don't need it that bad. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. And then the flip side of that question, has there been something where finding yourself in this position where you have to be on a lockdown or have to be in the home, has there been something that to your surprise has given you comfort or joy?
there has been a more more so maybe on the walks that we take, and the empathy towards, or the sympathy really for towards towards people, and it's reciprocated. You can tell people are, genuinely, they want to know how you're doing, and you're in the same position they are, and just seeing that uh, there's lots of people left in the world that have that empathetic side show clearly, and they generally want to make sure you're okay, and yeah, because everybody's handling this differently, right? I'm very lucky. My wife's lucky. But we don't have any sort of anxiety issues about dealing with this. But I've got friends that do, and family that does, and it's I'm lucky that way. So I think that the joy that I'm getting is knowing that, first of all, that we are fine and comfortable, and we don't have to, calm each other down or anything like that. But and secondly, seeing strangers as we walk, and some people that aren't strangers, but they check in with you. They're not walking by and looking in the other direction, and oh, I shouldn't be walking close to you. They're like, hey, we're in the same boat. How you doing?
Yeah.
Nice dog.
The one thing that we've seen, some people have been saying, that this shut-in syndrome has made the nice people nicer, the mean people meaner, and the apathetic people more apathetic. But I think that fortunately what we're seeing is a real upswing on the empathic side, and the we're all in this together and let's get through it together kind of mentality,
Yeah.
which I think is the very best example of what makes us human. So
Yeah.
I'm really, really proud of us for pulling together like that. You're starting to see people doing things like buying groceries or delivering groceries to those who can't do it, or being willing to do like a FaceTime thing like this for somebody that is a shut-in or doesn't have anybody to talk to. So I think that's a great example of what humanity can do when we are human.
Another story that hopefully you heard about it. It was at Windsor or Essex County somewhere that somebody started a group. If you've got an RV that you're not using, that you let's see, we can hook it up with a nurse or someone that doesn't want to be going back and forth to their home. I don't know if you heard about that, but it's pretty nice. All these people that have RVs parked in their yard, not using it over this time of year, and they're matching up these nurses and nursing home workers and things like that are hesitant to want to go back and forth to their own home after the situations that they work in. So I heard of that on the radio the other day, and I thought that's really nice to hear that people are doing that. It's not renting your RV. It's here,
donating.
Use my RV.
Yeah. I'm not using it.
Not a money thing.
It's fantastic. Yeah. Fantastic. I want to thank you so much for being a part of this, for being part of the conversation. And, this is one of the other things we're finding out, is that being able to do this, even if it's just virtually, to be able to see another human being's face and react and laugh together and empathize together is so important. And that we need to remember that isolation doesn't necessarily mean that we have to be out of contact. It means that we can explore all this wonderful technology that lets us be in contact during this time. So I want to leave you with the two questions I'm leaving with everybody, and you probably already answered them, but you might be able to summarize this. And then please, in the comments for the video, drop in a link to your Facebook page if you're comfortable with that, so that the next time that you go live, people can check you out, because people should definitely listen to you. You're an amazing talent, and I thank you for donating your time like that to help people kind of feel better, I guess. So the two questions are, what do you we've all heard the rules that we're supposed to follow, but from a social barometer kind of view, just from what people are thinking, what do you think people should be doing and shouldn't be doing?
Oh, that's a big one. But to make it just as succinct as possible, the should and shouldn't. They should be listening to the experts, and not assuming that it's not going to affect them. That maybe that's too oversimplified, but I mean that's the shortest answer to a, I think, a pretty big question. Experts are there for a reason. Careful. I mean, we're lucky, I think, in this country that the politicians, like them or not, are conveying the words of the health experts. They're not out on their own saying this is what we should do. So listen to the experts, and we will see this behind us someday.
Yeah, I agree. And I think it's important to do that, to understand that there are people that are incredibly educated in this. An epidemiologist doesn't just wake up one morning and go, you know what, I'm an expert in viruses today. I've got my Facebook badge for expert in disease, so I'm good to go. We need to very carefully listen to the things that the experts are telling us, and rely on the fact that their expertise is advice. So. Mike, I thank you very, very much for being a part of the conversation, and please do drop the link in there so that people can check you out. You are a fine example of a human being, sir, and it's my pleasure to call you my friend.
You're my friend, and thank you for asking me to be part of it too. Take care, Christopher.
Absolutely, no problem, and the best to your family as well.
Thank you.
All right,
cheers.
We'll talk soon. Well, that was Mr. Mike Ewer, who we now have found out is the toast in Toast and Jam. So, any of you Toast and Jamians? I've now coined your fan base. They're Toast and Jamians. Any of you Toast and Jamians who were curious about how that works, there you go. We've now settled that for you. And we are going to jump right into our next guest because I've gone over that time. And for the next week coming up, I've kind of distanced the guests apart a little bit more because I find that these conversations are running on longer, and they're going to be less, just so that we can keep some of the music stuff. Because for me, I love having the conversation too, but for me, the music is also important. So I want to be able to get into both of those. And speaking of music, our next guest is a local musician. Who is one of the hardest working local musicians I've ever had the privilege to know, and all around decent guy. And he has a really cool online project that he started, to kind of help fellow musicians still find a way to practice their craft and perform in front of people. And I've got him up on the preview monitor here right now. Andrew, if I can just get you to turn your phone sideways so we can get some nice widescreen video, that would be fantastic. Awesome. And then in a scant few seconds, we will bring you over.
Sir?
Mr. Andrew McLeod, sir, how are you?
Oh, I'm hanging in like the rest of us, man. With your help. How about yourself?
That's very kind of you. But, I think that this was born mainly originally out of ego, right? Because all I wanted to do was keep performing. So, but speaking of that,
it's funny you say that because the response to my little project has been so strong and supportive, and people are saying like, "Do you think you're doing a service to the community?" And I'm saying it's much more selfish. It's much more selfish than that.
Well,
I missed it.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we all do, right? We're all in that situation where, as a performer, you live to perform. That's what you get, the rush, and you get that. It's like a fix that you need to get, and you need to feed off that energy that's coming back. But let's talk a moment about this project of yours, and it's a virtual open mic. So can you walk us through how that works?
I think figuring out how it works was the original challenge, because there are all these platforms now, Zoom or Google Hang, I didn't know what the best thing to do was, but after fussing around with it a little bit, I thought that just going page to page, performer to performer. So I guess the way it works is the first week I tried to organize 10 of my friends, 10 musicians from the city. We start on my page at 8 o'clock every Tuesday. I try to release some order of performers the night before. I reach out to all those performers, and because some are more familiar with tech platforms than others, I walk through the process so that we're seamless and that everybody knows who is preceding them and following them. And then as I perform, if Tara Watts was the next performer, I would tag Tara in my description. I would play 3 songs and kind of set up the next 5 performers. And then if Tara is next, Tara will tag Leighton if Leighton is next. And then it's kind of like a scavenger hunt. You kind of hop page to page, and each performer has it set up as technologically advanced or stripped down as they feel comfortable with. So Jake from I Know Karate, Jake has played a couple times, and he has a full kind of tech studio setup, and other people just have their phones leaning on a coffee mug or something and go more stripped down like that. But what has really happened is at the end of this week we will have had 43 Windsor musicians
That's fantastic.
perform. So 3 songs. We're in a group chat together, so that usually produces some funny chit chat and banter back and forth, and ears who can relate to one another. So we're picking each other up as much as we can.
Yeah, it's a great idea. It's an absolutely great idea, and I think that you've managed to find what is probably the best way without getting into the whole tech side of it, where it's just basically share to share to share, right? And the added bonus of that is that it kind of drives everybody to the individual performers' pages so they can kind of keep tabs on them, right? Like if I was listening and I went, oh wow, I really dig what Tara's doing, or I really dig what Leighton's doing, well, I can then make sure that I follow them, and then I can see every time they decide to point something.
It's actually wound up being more like an open mic than I could have ever anticipated. Like sometimes people are there because they know that they like, say, Darren Dobsky's stuff. They're like, I want to listen to Darren's set. Darren is on 6th. We'll make sure that if we're making dinner, we're done dinner and the dishes by 9 o'clock, and we'll catch Darren's set. And then other people just kind of start at the beginning and say, I'm here for the whole ride. And some people are more experienced than others, as they are at open mics. Some people play straight covers, as they do at open mics. Some people do all their original stuff. And sometimes you stumble upon somebody you've never heard, and sometimes you're there just to listen to your friend or someone's music you love. So It's been fairly organic for as unnatural as all of this feels. That element of it, 3 songs, a strict 3 songs, and you're done. I don't care who you are. And we're moving on to the next one. So it's community more than anything.
Yeah, for sure. And that's an important thing too, is you have to kind of corral the time, right? So that you can make sure that you keep it moving, freely. And I was fortunate enough for quite some time to be a member of the Windsor Folk acoustic stage, and same thing there, right? You 3 songs and you're off, and it's got to move in a timely, seamless fashion, and it just helps, right? Because then everybody knows what to expect, and
people are nervous, like it feels like a gig. It feels like a gig because it's kind of not just you. If you're not ready there, and we've had a successful night, and you're a performer 8, and you are too selfish to care about who's in front of you, and you're too selfish to care about who's following you, you'll ruin the whole show.
Yeah.
So it really demands that you care about people other than yourself, and I like that too. If you go for 12 minutes, and that's about normal 12 to 18 minutes, that's fine. But if you go into a jam song that lasts 17 minutes, people are going to notice, and you're going to hear hear from them.
Yeah, backlash for sure. How important do you think it is, especially in these times that we are moving forward with this streaming? I guess maybe not how important. Sorry, that's the wrong beginning of that question. Do you think that things like this, like the virtual jam and the virtual concert, do you think that this is going to be something that becomes more popular even after we've moved out of the isolation stage because of how many people are doing it now?
I mean, it doesn't, as you know, it doesn't, sorry, I have dogs battling at my feet here.
Girls, it's all good.
Girls, go. If this is what we're dealing with, I read something today that, like, I just don't know how we return whenever we are allowed to incrementally make steps back towards a social existence where we're shaking hands and side by side at concerts. I don't think that's happening for a little while. So if this is our reality for the time being, then I hope there are more people like you doing it, and I hope there are more people because we need it. Like music, I need it. It's not a choice
Yeah.
for me. It keeps me alive, and I mean that.
Yep.
If I don't have the ability to express myself and connect with people over the arts, I'm in danger as as a human
Well,
being.
no,
I'm on watch. I'm
yeah.
on watch without music.
It's
So it's not perfect. It's not perfect the way it is, but I certainly hope that people continue to um, reach and create the best they can with what they got, because that's what artists have been doing. Not everybody always had paint, you know.
right,
So,
right, yeah.
somewhere along the line, an artist was just drawing things in the mud. Uh, and if we have to take a step back to return to arts at that grassroots level, even though this is not very grassroots, I hope you know what I'm saying.
A lot of people would say that Facebook is the new mud. You know, it's
Yeah, it feels like the mud sometimes, but however you do it, give me a trumpet and I'll make something come out of it. You know, like as long as people who have the need to express continue to do so, I will find them and I will be thankful for them, and I hope somewhere that my music can be doing something like that to somebody else.
well, from the reviews that I've heard, not reviews, but from the comments that I've heard on what a great job you're doing on bringing the community together. I think that's absolutely the case, and I think you should be commended and you should be extremely proud of the fact that you're able to provide this to people that are looking for some escape and looking for something that brings them out of themselves a little bit and brings that entertainment back. So don't sell it short. I don't think you're doing that, but I mean, if you ever get into a mindset where you're like, well, is it really worth it or whatever, it absolutely is 100% worth it, and you're doing something that is essential, in my opinion, as a performer.
I will keep musicians who are of a certain age, who have been doing it for. I've been playing music for 20 years, so I've played the empty bars and I've been discouraged, and I haven't stopped. So
Yeah.
it's gonna take a lot to stop me from doing this. That's for sure.
It's funny because we got in a discussion. I can't remember who it was with, but it was one of the musicians that I was talking with, and I said, what's really funny about this whole virtual thing or this whole online thing is that, ironically, I feel way more under the microscope than I do when I'm playing at a bar full of people or a club full of people.
Yeah.
And isn't that weird how somehow
you are, I would say you like, and it's so weird, like, I have played to empty bars where it's just the staff, but it's still not as weird as that feeling when you finish a song.
it's just
live,
quiet.
it's just
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's weird. It does take some getting used to, and that's why I like the fact that we have over on this side we've got the chat window that's scrolling up and down. So that's kind of neat.
I love reading that stuff at the end. Just in the middle, I'm always glad to see activity, but I'm like a kitten with a laser pointer or something. I'm like
squirrel.
Yeah, exactly.
So what I would ask from you, if you wouldn't mind, is in the comments of this video, if you would leave some kind of way that we can get in touch with you, or musicians can get in touch with you if they want to be a part of what you're doing. And I strongly urge anybody in the musical community that you should be jumping all over opportunities like this, not just because it fosters a feeling of community and a feeling of humanity and you're able to share your craft, but any chance you have to bring your talents to somebody else, do it. Right? We're all in this together.
Again, it started with a network of friends and relationships that have been fostered through this music community. So many of these performers I've known for years, and now I know 6 or 7 more musicians. This is the first time I've known you, but this is the first time I've sat and spoken with you. So even though times are weird, our relationships continue to say that we're not standing still if we keep developing. So.
Agreed.
Yes, reach out. At this time, at risk of my job, all of my platforms are open. They're public. They're wide open. So the open mic is every Tuesday at 8 p.m. and it starts on my page, Andrew McLeod, ANDREW. MAC and I will drop it in the comments. All the performers are wide open for at least that night. So you
Right.
won't get to somebody's page and find out that they have their settings blocked. At least for that night, everybody's on public.
Right,
So
yeah.
tomorrow at 8, if you start on my page, you'll be able to follow the bouncing ball.
Yeah, and I would strongly urge that anyone that is watching this program that I'm doing tomorrow at 8 o'clock, jump off and go check out Andrew's stuff, because it'll be worth it. It'll be 100%
I'll
worth
be
it.
sure to give you a shout out tomorrow too, Chris. We're in the same fight, man. We're in the same fight.
I appreciate that very much, and I appreciate you being a part of this conversation. Thank you so much, and thank you so much for what you're doing. Keep it up, and like you're the very best example of humanity during this. So take that to heart. What you're doing is invaluable.
Hey, if you can free some time up next Tuesday, we'd love to have you.
All right, I will see what I can do.
Cool. All right, man. Appreciate you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. I appreciate you. Take care.
See ya.
That was Mr. Andrew McLeod talking about his project, which is a virtual open mic. And he's done a tremendous job of bringing the local community together. And I hope that, if this little project has any reach at all, that he can find more people to get involved with it. And I have some ideas that I want to talk to Andrew about, for future stuff. So we'll see how we can line up on a couple of things. And anyway, just grateful that there are people out there doing what he's doing, and that's awesome. I'm gonna end the video chat right now. Please don't think I'm being rude by hanging up on you, but it's no longer in the window. So I thank you very much, sir, and take care. Alrighty, well. Let's see. Jacqueline Cataret, my new neighbor, I've just come to find out. Wow, it's wonderful. She says, Windsor Folk did our first remote acoustic night last month. We need our support networks. Absolutely. Absolutely. For sure. Hi, Stacy. And hello, Susan Bondi, who is watching. Excellent. Jacqueline would like to hear an original. Sure, I can do that. Just trying to think of what original would be best to play that I haven't already done. Because I'd like to kind of keep it, kind of like to keep it fresh. Well, I think I did this one already, but it's the only one that's coming into my head. So we'll have to be satisfied with this one. Oh, no. That's not, I'll do this one instead. Haven't done this one yet. And I haven't done a beat for it yet. So this will be very exciting because I don't really know how the beat's going to go yet, but we'll make something up. We will not forget about the woodblock.
Taking time for the wind in the trees and the falling of leaves leave behind the thick-headed fools unaware of their rules. I am leaving, running out. The sands of the hourglass wasted away, and I'm leaving out. Those who can't understand the dawning of day, I'm leaving. Over the sea, I'll come running to you. ground. Faith in the stars will lead me to prove. Soul in the wild, though I'm tethered and bound, I am leaving. I'm leaving. Say no more. Your words are attaching my feet to a stone. Close the door. It's a long, lonely highway. I'm traveling home. I am leaving. If I return, would you welcome me in with a loving embrace, or should I turn? Just feel that bitter wind kissing my face as I'm leaving. Over the sea I'll come running to you, and over the sea my galleon aground. Faith in the stars will lead me to prove. Sword in the wild, though I'm tethered and bound, I'm leaving. I'm leaving. Yes, I'm leaving. Oh, I'm leaving. Leaving today.
Woo! There we go. I haven't played that one in forever. Oh, thank you for the suggestion. That's great. And Zoe, we'll play Circle a little bit later on. I think I've played Circle more than I've played any other of my original tunes, and I wanted to kind of do something a little bit different, a little bit new. Alrighty. We're gonna take a really, really short break, like 25 seconds, maybe 30 seconds, and then we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere, please. Dang it, Jocelyn, you're right on the money. Every time I keep forgetting. I need to like record the Woodblock theme song as an MP3 and just stick it in that wait screen. Steve Duggan, any beat you figure out will work out great, bro. Well, I don't know. Coming from a drummer, that's high praise, and I'm not sure that I am entitled to that. But thanks. Let's do this one. I don't think we've done this one on the stream yet. And it's got a woodblock in it, like every other song we're going to do. Hey, Tina, I'm doing just fine. I'm starting to wake up a little bit. My voice is starting to warm up, sort of. So I'm feeling pretty good. If my words did glow with gold of sunshine, and my tunes were played on the harp unstrung, would you hear my voice come through the music? Would you hold it near as it were your own? It's a hand-me-down. The thoughts are broken, perhaps they're better left unsung. I don't know, don't really care. Let there be songs to fill the air, rippled in still water, where there is no pebble tossed, no wind to blow. Reach out your hand. If your cup be empty, if your cup is full, may it be again. Let it be known there is a fountain that was not made by the hands of men. There is a road, no simple highway between the dawn and the dark of night. And if you go, no one may follow. That path is for your steps alone. Ripple in still water, where there is no pebble tossed, nor wind to blow. You who choose to lead must follow. But if you fall, then you fall alone. If you should stand, then who's to guide you? If I knew the way, well, I would take you home. La da da da, da 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 da, la da 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 da, la da da, la da da da, da 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 da, da 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 da. Da 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 da. For those of you who have dogs will understand my conundrum is that I have dogs, and the dogs like to do things like chew your shoes or take your shoes because you buy them 40, $1,000 worth of dog toys, but still somehow the most intriguing thing they can think to play with are your shoes. And so my dog took my shoes and has placed them someplace unbeknownst to me, and I'm sure is writing up clues for a scavenger hunt right now. But so now I was forced to wear the fashion atrocity of Crocs. And the problem with Crocs is, I mean, don't get me wrong, they're super comfy. I'm just going to come right out and say it. They're super, super comfortable. However, they're wide. And I'm finding tonight I'm having more of a problem because my feet are wide anyway, because I have enormous feet because I'm a giant. And I'm hitting the pedals not quite right. So we're getting some false endings in there. So bear with me on that. It's just my abnormally large feet in abnormally large Crocs. So thanks, dog. Thanks, dog. Jocelyn says credit card purchase insurance replaces your shoes, even if your dog is the one who destroyed. How do you know this? It's like, how many shoes have you lost to your dog that you've had to get replaced through your credit card insurance? That's amazing. That's amazing. Well, I will have to start purchasing all my shoes with a credit card. Okay. Well, let's do one more tune, and then we're going to get to our next guest, who I'm very excited about. We're going to try to find something again that we haven't really played a whole lot. Here's a good one. Oh, yeah, sorry. You said Jefferson Airplane. Jefferson Airplane. Jefferson Airplane. You know what? We did White Rabbit. Dave Michael and I did White Rabbit. And I could be tempted to try that one again. Because it's short. It'll run probably just into the time for our next guest once I get the beat going. If you guys are prepared to jump down that rabbit hole with me, because Grace Slick I am not. But we'll try it. We'll try it. I'm excited about it. There it is. I don't know about this. Weird things are afoot on the stream. Weird things are afoot. I already feel weird about this. I'm just letting you know.
And one pill makes you small, and the ones that mother gives you don't do anything at all. Ask Alice when she's 10 feet tall. And if you go chasing rabbits and you know you gun, smoking caterpillar has given you the call. Call Alice when she was just small. When men on the chessboard get up and tell you where to go, and you just had some kind of mushroom, and your mind is moving low. Go ask Alice, I think she'll know. When logic and proportion have fallen sloppy dead, and the white knight is talking backwards, and the red queen's off with her head. Remember what the dormouse said. Feed your head, feed your head.
I don't know. Oh, the voice broke a little bit there at the end. That's a hard one. That's a hard one to get a loop rhythm for, because they're you know, like Jacqueline said, there's complex rhythms in there. Yeah, there are. It's so hard to get like any kind of a shuffle or anything like that. It's just weird. It's a weird situation. All right. Well, I am getting things set here for our next guest, who also has an interesting project. And that's one of the cool things that's coming out of this whole thing, is like when we're given all this idle time to kind of figure things out, it's neat because we start to see what our brains come up with to occupy our idle time, our idle hands. You know, I don't know if you can tell that I'm very, very bad at doing more than one thing at the same time, despite being in IT. That's multitasking is not necessarily my strong point. But we're going to get him on the line. That's right, Drew. It is Diego Camolo time. So let's just see if we can pull him up on the line here. There he is. And we will just get him connected, and then we'll get right over to the interview section here. And look at that, we're almost right on time. I'm excited about the fact that I'm kind of keeping these a little bit more together. And I've got him over there, and we will just switch over right now. Mr. Diego, how are you, sir?
What's going on, Chris? How are you, buddy? Nice to see you, almost face to face.
I know this is as close as we're gonna get, and for some reason it still feels okay. It still feels all right.
It's okay. It's okay. Got to do what you got to do, right? Hello, everybody.
Absolutely. Well,
Thanks for having me.
Well, of course, absolutely. Let's start with the obvious question. Are you guys okay? Everybody okay in the house?
Yeah. So far. You know how it is. If I can count on one hand how many times we've been out since all this started, and it's always like you're too close. You're too close. You're too close. You know, you're in your head. Are we too close? Or are we too far from everybody?
Yeah.
Type of thing. So yeah, try to do what we're supposed to be doing, at least what we're told to do, right? So
For sure.
is what it is. Is what it is.
Absolutely. Now, you know, I have on your title card here that you are a musician, and I've gotten to hear you play, and I see your massive Nigel Olsson-like drum kit behind you, which I totally appreciate. The Thunder Cannon toms.
Those are my Tamas.
There you
Gotta love
go.
'em.
But you also work in retail as well. And I kind of want to get an opinion from you on, you know, obviously the place you work at. And I don't know if you want to disclose where you work. That's up to you. But it's closed. I'm assuming. And how has that kind of, you know, how did that happen? What was the mood going into it? And was the decision made relatively quickly? And how does everybody kind of feel about it? That, you know, if you're in contact with your coworkers.
We do talk. We got the little messenger thing. I'm at Temperaments. Yeah, go Saps. Great team, great place to work. And we felt it coming. We felt a little bit of tension going on in some of the, especially with a lot of the customers that were coming in. And some were nonchalant. You see other people again doing the same thing as we were doing before, trying to keep our distance, and they were wiping down everything. They were fantastic, great management over there. They were fantastic, and everybody's cleaning and the whole 9 yards, and we were all cleaning. And they told us a couple of days prior to all that happening, not fun. Yeah, not fun. I mean, I've been involved in store closures before, but this one they promised us that we're all coming back, and they're doing almost like a soft opening, like right now. Very minimal skeleton staff. I think they just started doing that today. So how they're going to be doing a rotation with employees, so on and so forth, I guess is going to be yet to be determined. So, but we'll see what happens. And
Yeah,
again, smart people over there, so they know what they're doing.
for sure. And I think it's important to note that, slowly but surely, somehow, the economy has to start, moving forward again, and people still need things. So we need to find
Health
a
first.
way.
I think economy's huge, but obviously we got to stay healthy, right? If there's nobody healthy, then there's nobody to drive the economy.
That's right. Yeah, exactly. The other hat you wear is as a musician. And can you tell me, like, for Rock of Ages, how far out have you guys been notified about any postponements or cancellations? Like, what is your closest possible viable date at this point?
Pretty much right now, the closest would have been in a couple weeks in Amherstburg. I think it's not Shooters. I forget the name of the place. Unfortunately, it escapes me. But so May would have been the first ones, and for the most part, everything has been put on hold right now. And I guess just like all the venues, including festivals, which are big for us, there really hasn't been too much contact. I guess it's just like Carol was or Rob was saying last week. It's we'll see what happens. So.
Yeah. It's definitely
But we're pretty much wiped out. I'm this close of actually emailing everybody and saying, "Hey, let's start scheduling for the following year." Wow.
Yeah.
That's scary to think.
It is scary to think. How are you guys staying in contact in terms of the band members? Are you guys able to kind of talk about, future things and practices and new material and all that kind of stuff?
That's the thing. What Andrew was talking about earlier is super cool. I got to check that out as well. What's interesting about all this is that we were actually slowing down a little bit of the public appearances and concentrating more on some originals. Got a great group of guys. Everybody's throwing in a lot of work. Andy Burns, for example, he's just a phenomenal guitar player. Everybody, Kevin Donnie, the whole 9 yards, Sean, everybody's really putting a great effort. Frank, everybody's putting a great effort. So what we're doing is we got everybody shooting off their own tracks for our own original stuff. So whether something comes of it or not, we'll see what happens, mind you. But so that's one way we're trying to keep busy. So
yeah, no, and that's the cool thing, sort of, in this, if there can be a cool thing in this whole thing, is that we've been afforded now the time to kind of concentrate on projects like this, right? And we've been afforded the time to maybe get in touch a little bit more with ourselves creatively.
Not the way you want to have the time to do it, but
for sure. But I mean, in the situation, let's make the best of it, and let's see what positive, creative things we can do out of it. But you have another project that is extremely intriguing, and I want you to talk a little bit about it. It's anthemic, and that's all. That's the only teaser I'll give you to go into it. But please tell me a little bit about it. Where did it come from, and why, and so on and so forth.
I think I know what you're talking about. 2-3 weeks ago, I was outside working on some of my gear and stuff. I got enough gear to kill Cobo Hall if I really wanted to. And I was talking to my neighbors, and who are fantastic, and they put up with us during our practices and so on and so forth. And we were talking about it. And obviously, we don't play Tulane. We were talking about the noises. I said, "Be careful, because I just might start blasting something else. Maybe I'll just do the anthem." And the little light bulb came off in my head. So every day for the past, it's close to 3 weeks now, at 6 p.m., I'm blasting 2,500 plus watts of variety of different national anthems dedicated to a certain sect of people in Canada. 2,500 watts of various Canadian national anthems out of my garage, blasting. I got people from 2-3 blocks hearing it. And, luckily, nobody's coming in groups. I got a gentleman, Greg and Donna, down the street. They show up with this monster 20-foot Canadian flag and just stands at the end of my driveway. First time I seen it, I almost welled up. Um, Man, but it's been really positive. I'm actually to the point now where I'm hoping everybody in Canada can hear. It's only, I mean, the short version, 95 seconds.
Yeah, yeah.
So, blast the Canadian national anthem, whether it's on a little transistor radio or Walter Reggie's little crappy speaker that he was talking about last week. Yeah, that's a great idea, by the way. I'm going to try that. But anyway, so that's the big thing. It's streamed live every day on my Facebook, either on my band page or on my personal page. And people are really nice and they're sharing it. And it just seems like it's, two people. It's gathering speed.
Yeah.
So we'll go from there. Yeah, I'm not going to stop, rain or shine. When it's windy like this, I just keep the covers on the speakers. Like that. If it's raining, I don't care. I just keep the plastic on and go.
Yeah,
Go.
I think that the one thing that this is really indicative of, and it's really, really heartwarming, as I'm not going to say heartening like I did with Ted. It's really heartwarming. That's the best word to use. To see the amount of solidarity of people coming together, and things like this where, I liken it to that call that went out about everybody go out on your porch with your pots and pans at 7:30 and bang them together to show the first responders
Awesome.
and medical workers that were thinking about them, right? Very, very, very similar, same kind of idea. And, I think it's fantastic that your neighbors and your neighborhood come out in solidarity of it rather than because all it takes is one grumpy Gus to go, would you turn that down?
I was waiting for the cops to show up and touch wood. Everybody's like the majority of the neighborhood, they stand on the porch and they're clapping not for me, they're clapping for the anthem. And like I said, it's just a minute out of the day for everybody just to say, why not? Dinner's done. Diego's on. Let's do this.
It's Diego time.
That's what they said. That's my neighbor says. She says, I'm right here. She's right here.
Nice.
And it's nice too because people are, hey, can you do a dedication for this? Can you do this version of the Canadian National? I am running out. So,
well, there you go. Put the call out. Put the call out over here because all 6 people that watch this show will be sure to get it.
I even mixed in a few seconds of the original Hockey Night in Canada theme prior to that, and I think that's what scared people initially. What the bejesus is he doing? And so yeah, I mixed that in right into the Canadian National Anthem, playing DJ again, like I used to do years ago anyway. So it's pretty cool.
Nice.
It's pretty cool.
Well, I've got a couple of comments here in the chat that I want to read out to you. No, it's all good. Actually, one of them is from somebody that's Jocelyn Laporte says, "Hey Diego, so great to see you after a long 10 years.
It's been a long time. Hi, Jocelyn.
Glad to see you're doing so well." And she actually poses a question about your work if you want to answer it. She says, being that there are other furniture places that are still open for online orders and deliveries, is there any temptation to pick up a different employer in this time, or are you glad about the stance that your company is taking?
No. This is my last stop. The majority of my lifetime my resume reads real long, but I've quit only one job. I've shut down not one but 2 music schools. I shut down not one but 2 General Motor plants. I shut down Sears, unfortunately. Unfortunately, I left another furniture company, which is a really good company, to go to Temperman's. That's it. I'm not moving. They're fantastic. Not taken away from any other place. I got friends that work all over the city and country. But no, I'm sticking where I'm at.
Yeah. Fair enough.
Great question. Thanks, Justin. Great question.
Yeah, it's very nice to know when you are in a place where you're appreciated and valued as an employee. As am I. My workplace is absolutely fantastic. They've done nothing but make sure that the safety of their employees comes first. So that's fantastic. Now,
absolutely,
I have to really quickly do a little comment in here about. You have been so fantastic about being online in the comments in the last little while that every time that I've had a guest, you and Jocelyn are like coming up with these fantastic questions that are making me look so great. So thank you so much.
No, thank you, Chris. It's great that you're doing this. It's nice. I mean, I don't know how you're doing it for hours on a daily basis. I made a joke to Teresa a little while ago. I'm going to take an online course to become a divorce lawyer because after this, I'm going to make a fortune. You know what I mean? But no, what you're doing, Chris, is fantastic. And I had a little bit of radio experience years ago with my brother-in-law, at CJM and so on and so forth. That we actually he ran most of it, so I learned a lot from Len. And I always said, if you stop learning, you're done. The second you think that you, even in sales, the second you think you know everything about your certain product or so on and so forth, you're doing your customer an injustice.
Yeah.
That's when you start. That's when you start to fabricate information. You don't want to do that. You want, because they see right through you. So just, I'm not even a sales guy. Just this is what you need. You know. So pretty much.
Well,
show what you need.
I thank you for that compliment, and I hope that, you know, from somebody that has done some radio broadcasting background, that I'm at least doing a passable job of.
You're doing great. You're doing great. Thumbs up, as Zebra would say.
Cool.
Back in the day.
Well, let me ask you this. See, now I'm thinking about Zebra and Behind the Door. What a great song. Anyway,
there you go.
I want to ask you this: the couple of the same questions I've been asking everybody, and you've tuned into the show, so you probably know what to expect. But what do you miss the most about the normal, that we used to have? And then, you know, is there something on the second part of that? Is there something that, having to be shut inside your house, you've surprisingly found some comfort or joy in?
You know, you've asked everybody that pretty much almost the same questions over and over, and I've yet to have I don't have a canned answer. My whole thing is, you know, I miss camaraderie. I miss my friends. I miss playing publicly. But at the same token, you know, I'm trying to do one thing on the house on a daily basis to make the house better. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to just stick with one thing. I'd love to do nothing but stay on my drums all day, but that would be not, you know, great for talent and so on and so forth. But Lord knows I can use all the practice I can get. But short of that, Ted Lamont's probably laughing right now, going, "Yeah, I know." Anyway, where am I going? I'm just trying to do various things. The only thing static that I have on my deal right now, short of eating, is my 6 p.m. Is what I call my 6 p.m. national anthem. But I miss my friends. I miss my family beyond belief. I mean, again, I could count on one hand how many times I've done this. I've gone to my parents and with my gloves and dropped out their groceries, and then I'll walk to the sidewalk, and then I'll call Mom. I'm outside. She'll open the door. My dad will want to come out, and I'm like, "Yo, Dad, I got a cold." I lied to him one time. I said, "Dad, I got a cold." So then he calls me up after, "How you doing? Are you really good?" No, I just didn't want you to come close to me. So I miss that. I miss all. Truthfully, miss seeing people. Seeing people. You know. So.
And then on the flip side of that, you know, because you've been, you know, in this forced isolation, has there been something that, you know, all of a sudden you kind of were comforted by or found joy in, surprising to yourself, that it was something that you would unexpectedly out of this was okay?
It's okay to hit your thumb with a hammer. It's okay, guys. Do your own work. It's okay. Don't get distracted. Humor. If you don't keep a little bit of humor, a lot of people have said it before. I've got comfort from not watching the news as much as I used to. I've freed myself from that. Of course, I do. You know, during breakfast and coffee, I'll listen to it. But that's it. I'll listen to the Prime Minister. That's it. I'm done.
Yeah.
I do keep track, obviously. I'm a numbers guy, percentages of people, so on and so forth, and it's just.
Yeah, but I think you make a good point there, is that, you know, having information is good, but being constantly exposed to information, especially when it tends to be on the realistic or negative side, can do real mental damage. So, you know,
it'll keep you awake.
Yeah. I was going to ask this same two-part question, but Jocelyn beat me to it. So I'm gonna have this be kind of our lead out on this. She says, Diego, quick question. With all the government-imposed guidelines for our safety in today's situations, if you could add a guideline, what would it be?
Throw that at me. Add a guideline.
Yeah. If you could add a guideline, what would it be?
That'd be a hot one. Add a guideline.
Or, if you can't think of one, then are they doing, you know, is the job adequate?
Out of guideline, I think a lot of people that are still at work shouldn't be. I don't think they're stringent enough on most of the people that should be working. Donnie, my bass player, for example, he's still out there. He was mostly on call. Frank, my buddy who's in robotics, okay, I get it, Frank. They got to get it done, but still, come on, let's get real. I don't think the government. It's not Frank's fault. Okay, it's awesome guy. I don't think the government's come down hard enough on some of the companies that should really be closed. How about this? There's enough stuff out there. There's enough rules and regulations out there. Let's enforce them.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not talking about $750 tickets because the kids went rollerblading in an empty parking lot. I'm not talking about that.
Yeah. No.
I'm talking about responsibility.
Yep.
So,
Absolutely. You know, and
I don't know.
I'm wondering if you know how long it's going to be if there are employers that are continuing to ignore these guidelines. How long it's going to be before there is a giant countrywide shutdown? I mean, is that something that's still in the cards? No one has said it isn't yet. No one has come out and said, nope, that's absolutely off the table. We're just going to continue to, you know, try and figure things out. So I don't know. I think that, you know, social responsibility is an important thing. And yeah, we should be looking at.
I think what people are really wanting to hear is a date. I'm going to go back June 5th. This is going to happen that day. This is going to.
Unfortunately, I think
waiting for him.
Yeah, and it's unfortunately something they can't answer yet, and it's tough. It's a tough situation to be in, right? Because how do you?
Yeah.
People are wanting data, and then you know you have people you have people that are saying, you know, give us the answer, or you know, well, the politicians double talk. They're not really answering the question, but the idea is really at this point they can't give you a firm answer because nobody knows yet. So I think we're all in that same boat. We're all waiting. I think the important thing though is to remember that we are all in it together. And as we said with Mike Ure earlier in the program is you know it's not about you in the sense that, you know, people are still going out there saying, well, I'm not going to get it. You know, but it's not about you. It's about who you're going to pass it on to. And in Diego, like you said, it's about, you know, am I going to give it to my parents? You know,
it can easily be done.
That's right.
You know, it's they've fallen short of saying it's airborne. Thank God it's not.
Yeah,
Man,
absolutely.
this
The way I've been.
No offense, Chris, but this is as close as I want to be to you right now. You know what I'm saying?
Well, there's a long list of people that want to be farther away, brother. So I count that as a good friend right there.
You know, Teresa was telling me, don't say anything stupid. Try not to be too funny. So I am anything but too funny. But you know what? Love each other. And the only way you can love each other is to do the right thing.
That's
do
right.
the right thing. And
And
if you're going to be on Chris's show, make sure you get a tripod that doesn't go down all the time.
or just start moving your chair down.
See what happens? You got to do this all the damn time.
That's all right. That's all
okay.
right. None of this is a professional gig, man. We're all flying by the seat of our pants. But listen,
Chris, it's crazy. Like the people that you're meeting, so on and so forth. What like off the show, like that you're talking to on the phone. What are their concerns that they're bringing up to you? I'm going to turn it around and I'm going to interview you.
Now the interviewer has become the interviewee. Yeah. Well,
is there a common denominator that people are saying? You know, Chris, blah blah blah. I'm having a hard time with this and that.
No, I think you know what we're seeing reflected on the show has been pretty accurate. That people, for the most part, are concerned about when they're going to go back and the unknown of when they're going to go back and when life is going to return to normal. They're concerned about, you know, when they're going to be able to return to a normal supply chain in the stores, and everybody's concerned about finding out more data in terms of what we're actually doing with the curve. Is the curve being flattened because of all these concessions we're making? And it's unfortunately it's too early to tell. But the one positive common denominator that has come out of all of this, if I have to pick one, is that everyone's humanity is coming to the table. And the amount of empathy and warmth that we're showing to each other and understanding that we're showing to each other, you know, in a time of crisis, you have your polar opposites are going to show, right? The mean people are going to get meaner, the nice people are going to get nicer, and the apathetic are going to remain apathetic or be more apathetic. And I think it's really important to note that, you know, for the most part, people are coming together and they're supporting each other and they're taking care of each other. And I've said it every show, and I'm going to continue to say it every show. The simple reason is, you know, matter moves through the path of least resistance, right? All matter does. And that path for us is to be human, to be kind, and to be warm to each other. It doesn't take any energy to be decent. In fact, it takes an extraordinary amount of energy to be otherwise. So take the path of least resistance. Be nice to each other, and we'll get through this. That's
What
my
a
message.
concept. Wow. What a concept.
Not bad
Bingo.
for not
Yeah.
bad for an amateur philosopher, I guess.
Yeah, yeah. You know, because it started with one person. One person go to another person, so on and so forth.
Yeah.
You know?
I got one more question for you.
Yeah,
That's
go.
coming up in the chat. And it is where is it? There it is. Drew Tarnowski says.
Uh-oh. There's Drew.
He says, Diego, if you could open up at the casino for any famous band, who would it be?
Oh, snap! There you go, Drew. Who can I'd love to open up for anybody. I'd love to play the big one. You know, that's a Palazzolo, you lucky son of a gun. He's played that a few times. You know, anybody, even my brother-in-law, he's played. I think my sister's actually played the big stage a couple times. But I'm a love Canadian bands. I'm a big 80s, 90s guy. I would love to see, you know, the April Wines and Bryan Adams, even the Troopers, and come on one shot and throw me somewhere in between over there. I'd be in my glory.
This would be the
You know?
We're going to organize. It's going to be called Diego Fest, and it's going to be all of these groups. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
I would have loved to have said Rush, but we all know what happened to the greatest drummer in the world, Neil Peart, and rest his soul. And well, I wonder what he would have to say if he was around right now about all this.
Yeah,
Wow.
it's a good question. And actually, John jumps in there and says, "Good question, Drew. Since his first answer, Rush are retired. So yeah, you're forcing you to pick somebody else.
Yeah, slightly. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, throw in a Canadian band, and I'm all over it. Chris, you're amazing, buddy.
I don't know about that. I'm just a guy. I'm just a guy standing in front of a webcam asking that other guy to love him.
There you go.
Real quick, Zoe Marentet, my daughter, who, by the way, is immunocompromised. So we are in a super state of concern with her and a super state of lockdown. That's why I left work immediately when I could, since my job was forward-facing and I was on the road a lot. She says, yes, it was in an article today that we are, in fact, flattening the curve. It is, however, still just cautious optimism and does not mean that things are looking up yet. But they do, but they are not seeing the numbers they expected. And for now, we're doing really well. So, you know, there's a little bit of that optimism that we are looking for.
Yeah, I hope everything goes well for them. But that does, yeah. Let's say it is there. Let's say it's there.
Yeah, and
it doesn't give you permission to get stupid.
That's the one thing I wanted to touch on is the word cautious optimism. That? Yeah, no, it's 100% correct, and that's the danger, I think, in posting the optimism, because this whole thing was allowed to spread as quickly as it did because of people having a very cavalier attitude.
Agreed. They never expected it to spread this fast.
And they frankly didn't think it was a serious thing. When we start saying things like, you know, it may not be that bad for a certain age group, and it may be that the curve is flattening, and it may be that we're starting to come out of this on a positive side.
And we hope it does.
Yeah, of course we do. Of course we do. And it's great to say that, but what we don't want to see is people's cavalier attitudes come back and say, well, we're flattening the curve. Screw it. I'm going to go outside and we're going to have a block party. Let's do it. So,
look, I'm confident only one thing. If I'm going to play something in public, I'm going to play it properly because I know I practiced it. I'm confident in how to do it. I won't be confident until they say, okay, we're done. We're good. Solid. But if people are still getting infected and sick, and it's when they stop testing, that's what scares me.
Yeah.
That's when they keep the testing going, keep the testing going, keep the testing going. That's what.
Yeah,
over optimism.
Jocelyn jumps in and says, as much as she'd love to agree with that, there are many small places like hers that have not received the ability to do testing in any large numbers. And so as soon as that testing starts to happen in those northern communities, that number may or may not jump. Look, the important thing that we're going to take away from all of this is that it's a terrible situation. We are enacting measures that everybody can be responsible and take care of each other as you know, the brother and sisterhood of humanity. Make sure that you're kind to each other. Make sure that you're accommodating. Make sure that you're taking care of the people that are taking care of you. Don't freak out and listen to the people who know what they're talking about, and we'll be fine.
Bible.
That's it.
Bible. You take care of yourself, Chris.
I appreciate it.
Again, fantastic. Keep going. I don't. You are relentless. How many hours a day do you do this?
You know,
It's crazy.
well, so far it's been 5 hours every day for the last I don't know how long. It started off because I just wanted to play still, and then
You're a lunatic.
one of the people came online and they said, what's the longest you've ever played without a break? And I said, well, in Kingsville, I think it was like 6 hours and 7 minutes because the bar actually had to kick me out. They're like, we're done, get out, go. And then so she said, oh, well, that's not that long. You can probably beat that. And then I think we made it to 8.5 hours before I couldn't even talk hardly anymore. And then I had to take a day off right after that. So I decided we're probably not going to do that again. But what's really interesting, somebody asked, can you post the number of hours that you've been doing this? And in my streaming thing, like my streaming monitor, there is a running total. So as of last night, when I started using the streaming portal, so there's probably about 20 hours prior to that streaming portal being monitored. But as of last night, it was just over 36 hours.
Wow.
So,
and to think that Jeff Burrows once a year does it 24 hours at Charlie's.
Yeah, well, his is definitely more of an ordeal.
Crazy.
Absolutely.
I'm tired just thinking about that. Anyway,
my friend, it's been very much a pleasure to have you on the program, and I do honestly, man, I look forward to every time that you have a question in the comments.
We'll keep it coming.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
And keep it going. You're obviously a very intellectual man. You're well studied and so on and so forth, and you're not just throwing out an opinion. Because you know what they say about opinions, you're throwing out actual fact. There may be other ways of saying it, so on and so forth. But Chris, please keep doing it. Keep throwing it out. Keep doing what you're doing on every format. I know you're on Facebook, YouTube, everywhere. So keep doing it, and you're going to get a phenomenal audience. I even heard that gentleman from Australia last week. So that's wow. You're gonna do well, and stay smart.
Thank you, man. That's high praise. I take it to heart.
And to everybody out there, I can't wait to see you guys all again face to face.
Absolutely.
Hugs. I miss giving hugs.
We all do, brother. Thank you so much. My best to you and everyone in the family, and keep the Anthem project going. And make sure you drop a link in the comments so that people know where to go to look for that. Okay.
Right away. Take care.
Thank you, my friend. We'll see you soon.
Take care of yourself. Be good.
Bye. Well, that was Mr. Diego Camelo. I always want to say Camolo. I don't know why, but it's Camelo. Fantastic human being, and his Anthem project is pretty darn cool. It's pretty darn cool, and I hope that he does post a link for it in the chat so that you guys can go check it out every day. Apparently at 6:00. And hats off to his neighbors and his neighborhood, because 2,500 watts of power, for those of you not in the music business, is a heck of a lot of power. That's some screaming volume. So hats off. Well, we're going to end up having one more guest come on a little bit in a little bit, and until then, we will continue with some more music, and we're moving through these songs that we haven't really done before. Or haven't done as often, and this one I haven't done yet, and I don't know why. I love this song. I play it every time I have a solo show, and anyway, I think it's pretty cool. We're gonna do a beat for it because that is a beat with a wood block. We even got the little woodblock bigger brother in there, the lower tone woodblock. Diego's probably noticing that beat's a little bit off, but that's okay. We're among friends here.
Night skies get washed away like the snow and the rain. There'll be a load of compromising on the road to my horizon. But I'm gonna be where the lights are shining on me like a rhinestone cowboy working down on a horse in a star-spangled rodeo. Like a rhinestone cowboy getting cards and letters from people I don't even know, offers coming over the phone. I really don't mind the rain. A smile can hide all the pain. When you're down, you're riding a train on the long way. I dream of the things I'll do, with a subway token and a dollar tucked inside my shoe. There'll be a load of compromising on the road to my horizon. But I'm gonna be where the lights are shining on me like a rhinestone cowboy riding out on a horse in a star-spangled rodeo. Like a rhinestone cowboy getting cards and letters from people I don't even know, and offers coming over the phone. Like a rhinestone cowboy riding on a horse in a star-spangled rodeo. Like a rhinestone cowboy get cards and letters from people I don't even know, offers coming over the phone.
We needed that extra note in there just to finish it off. Oh, what a cheesy but great song. Cheesy but great. I love it. Derek and the Dominoes, Layla. Oh, man. Rob. You and Teresa. Jefferson Airplane. Derek and the Dominoes. What are you trying to do to me? Let's just take one of the world's greatest guitar players and make the guy who doesn't play guitar play it. What could go wrong? We're going to do the acoustic version, the slow, the mellow version, not the big rocked up version. And I'm going to go ahead and say this is going to be one of those, on Facebook it was going around where it says post your unpopular opinions or whatever. And my unpopular opinion is that I hate the end of Layla. I absolutely despise that whole big piano thing with a slide guitar that goes on for 4.5 hours. That's my unpopular opinion. I'm going to do one of those things where it's the guy sitting at the table on the college campus, like the end of Layla is a travesty to music. Change my mind. How about that? I may just be kidding. Again, my big feet would not allow me to clear the loop from before. So let's try that again. still haven't cleared the loop from before because my big feet are hitting other pedals. Have we now cleared the loops? Yes, we have. Okay. So many C sharps and G sharps in this song. God. You can tell it was written by a guitar player.
Will you do when you get lonely? No one waiting by your side. You've been running, hiding much too long. You know it's just your foolish pride, Layla. You got me on my knees, Layla. Begging, darling, please, Layla. Darling, won't you ease my worried mind? Trying to give you consultation. Your man, he let you down. Like a fool, I fell in love with you. You turned my whole world upside down, Layla. You got me on my knees, Layla. I'm begging, darling, please, Layla. Well, darling, won't you ease my worried mind? Make the best of the situation before I finally go insane. Please don't say we'll never find a way. Please tell me all my love's in vain, Layla. You got me on my knees, Layla. I'm begging, darling, please, Layla. Well, darling, won't you ease my worried mind? Layla, you got me on my knees, Layla. I'm begging, darling, please, Layla. Darling, won't you ease my worried mind? Layla, you got me on my knees, Layla. I'm begging, darling, please, Layla. Darling, won't you ease my worried mind? Layla, you got me on my knees, Layla. I'm begging, darling, please, Layla. Darling, won't you ease my worried mind?
There we go. I will be honest with you, I've never ever played that song before, not being a very large Eric Clapton fan. I know, go ahead, hate on me now. But so that's why some of those verses may have been a little weird, because there's so many chord changes in there. Like, dude, key changes. What are you? Who are you, Elton John? Come on. I have something in my crock. Ah, much better. Oh, that feels so much better. Oh, no, it doesn't. It's still in there. All righty. Well, we're about 15 minutes away from our final guest of the evening, and I'm looking forward to speaking with him. He is another local musician, and he's in manufacturing, and he's a social activist. So we're going to hear some cool stuff coming up about maybe some social events, some activism events that have been put on hold or moved around, which I think is important, so that we can all remain focused on those activities that are important to us. Oh, let's see here. We haven't done this one in a while. Let's try it. It has the same kind of feel to it. It's got a cool slinky beat. Not going to forget the woodblock. It's even in D minor. Mississippi, in the middle of a dry spell. Jimmy Rogers and the patroller up high. Mama's dancing with baby on her shoulders. The sun is setting like molasses in the sky. The boy could sing, knew how to move everything. Always wanted more. He leave you longing for black velvet in that little boy's smile. Black velvet in that soul southern style. A new religion that'll bring you to your knees. Black velvet, if you please. Up in Memphis, the music's like a heat wave. White lightning is bound to drive you wild. Mama baby's in the heart of every schoolgirl. Love me tender leaves them crying in the aisle. The way he moved, it was a sin so sweet and true.
heart's wanting more. A heat you longing for, the black velvet in that little boy's smile, black velvet in that slow southern style, a new religion that'll bring you to your knees, black velvet if you please. Well, every word of every song that he sings for you, in a flash she was gone, it happened so soon. What could you really do? Black velvet in that little boy's smile, black velvet in that slow southern style, a new religion that'll bring you to your knees, black velvet if you please. If you please. Hit the road, Jack. Don't you come back no more, no more, no more, no more. Hit the road, Jack. Don't you come back no more. You got me on my knees, Layla, begging, darling, please, Layla. Darling, won't you ease my worried mind?
That's right, the Layla reprise. I was desperately trying to figure out a way, but I couldn't get the rhythm out of my head to do Sultans of Swing in there as well, because it's the same chord progression. But I just couldn't do it. Should we do Sultans of Swing, though? I think we should. That might be a little on the slow side, but that's fine. No one's going to be too upset, I don't think. Certainly not enough that we want to stop it and listen to the beat get constructed all over again. Listen to that woodblock. It's fantastic, for God's sake.
Get a shake in the dark, it's raining in the park. In the meantime, south of the river, you stop and hold everything. A band is blowing Dixie, double 4 time. Feel right, hear the music ring. Now you step inside, but you don't see too many faces. Coming out of the rain, you hear the jazz go down. Competition in other places. The horns blowing that sound. Way on down south, way on down south in London town. Check out Guitar George, well, he knows all the chords. Mind you, he's strictly rhythm, he doesn't want to make it cry or sing. You see, you know, guitar is all he can afford. Gets up under the lights, play his thing. Harry doesn't mind if he doesn't make a scene. He's got a daytime job, he's doing alright. He can play the honky-tonk like anything, saving it up Friday night. And the Sultans, with the Sultans of Swing. Then a crowd of young boys, they're fooling around in the corner, drunken just in their best brown baggies and those platform soles. Don't give a damn about any trumpet playing band. ain't what they call rock and roll. And the Sultans, yeah, the Sultans, they play Creole. Creole. Then the man says, he steps right up to the microphone, like this. Says at last, just as the time bell rings, good night, now it's time to go home. Make say it fast, one more thing. We are the Sultans. We are the Sultans of Swing.
Well, there we go. Denny Bastress, I hope you don't mind. Hope I don't throw you off picking up my guitar to jam along. It's a good thing you don't hear my parts. Yeah, well, unfortunately, you could hear mine. So, for a guitar song played on piano that was far too slow for its own good, well, maybe we didn't do too badly, I guess. I'm not sure. It's up to you guys out there. Christopher, Pretty Woman. Yeah, we'll play Pretty Woman. That I promise you. Of all the times that you have sat in front of us and screamed out Pretty Woman, and we've played it for you, what, twice maybe? Tonight we will definitely play Pretty Woman right after our little chat with our next guest. Who I'm going to prepare right now. We'll get him going on the chat call. What do you guys think about the spacing out of the guests tonight? There were a few less than last time, and hopefully it's satisfactory, and we're saving some time away from or saving some more time for music, because honestly, that's a big part of it for me, is being able to express creatively. That's the word I'm looking for. So that is a big component of it for me as well. But the show's about you guys, so you guys let me know how you're feeling the balance is going. And we made some other changes, some tweaks. You'll see when the next guest comes online here, which should be any moment now, I'm hoping. Or maybe am I a little early? Did I tell him a little bit early? Maybe I did. Hold on. I might be jumping the gun a little bit here. Nope, I did tell him this time, so we're going to try it again. Oh, that's him calling me. I'm going to hang up on him and call him back because I have to initiate the call, so my window works fine. Oh, anyway, yeah, so please let me know. You're going to see one of the things that we've changed. One of the things that we've changed on the page here is the text that shows up for the caller when they are on the air, because we got some feedback that you couldn't really read the title card before, and that was my fault for having looking at it on a monitor instead of looking. I see everything really close up, so for me it's super easy. And there's Rick. He's turning his phone sideways, but it's not going landscape for some bizarre reason. Is it in locked orientation mode? The world may never know here. Let's see. We're figuring it out, sort of. Maybe. I mean, worst case scenario, we'll talk to Rick in portrait mode, and that's okay. It's not flipping. That's okay. Rick, just put it in portrait mode. We're good. Just hold it normally, and we'll be good with that. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. We'll all live through it. Nope, still sideways. This is all the behind-the-scenes tech action that we can't get. I feel like I don't want to put it up while it's sideways, because then it's going to look weird, and you guys are going to be all be like watching it like this. So if Rick, if you can hear me, just turn the camera back to the normal way, because for some reason it's not flipping wide. It's just putting you sideways. So let's just leave it like that, and we'll go with that. Okay, so hang on one second. We're going to come over here, and we're going to bring in my very good friend, Mr. Rick Labonte. Sir, how are you?
How you doing, my friend?
I am doing very well. Thank you so much for being a part of this. I really appreciate it.
So how's Julie? How's the kids? I mean, you always asking every guest, how's the host doing? How's everybody in the west end of Windsor?
Thank you. Thank you very much. We're doing really well, all things considered. For being on lockdown, for being for being all jammed together in the same space. We're doing very well, and thank you. And I hope the same for you, that you guys are all doing okay.
Yeah, we are lucky. Knock on wood. None of my family members. I mean, you know how popular you are, and I am in this area, and I'm lucky to say that not one of my family members are afflicted with this virus, and let's hope it stay that way. As long as everybody continue doing what they're doing, as far as isolation and doing the right part, I think the better odds, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I mean, we all know you're a musician. You're involved in several projects. The Formula, of course, which I never realized that. So when I was in Big Sexy and the Formula, I never realized that our band started at the same time.
Yeah, 2010, right?
Yeah, it's so weird. I always thought you guys were around way before we were. I mean, maybe that's just a testament to how well you guys work together and your seamless professionalism, I guess. That I always thought that and then when you guys announced your 10-year, and it was unfortunately right after we broke up, I'm like, wait a minute, we could have made our 10-year. Anyway.
Yes, yeah, you know what? 10 years, a lot of stuff happened, right? And thanks to you, I appreciate you coming and celebrating and get on the piano on our anniversary. Speaking of anniversary, though, it was like a couple weeks prior to this whole lockdown. This might have not even happened. And just a couple weeks before that, I celebrated my birthday. I was lucky again having you and all my friends show up. but within a couple of weeks, everything done lockdown. So at least I have a good memory of all my friends in this under the same roof, all the talent from Windsor on one location.
Yeah.
And I'm glad that I got to share the stage with you. One of the last things I played
Yeah.
with you on stage.
Well, that's awesome. Well, at least it was a happy memory. There, there we go. And you're also involved in the blues side, which is another fantastic project that's blues oriented, and you wear many hats. And every time I pick up my harmonica here, this guy, every time I pick this guy up and I put it on to play Piano Man, I think somewhere in Windsor, Rick Labonte is wincing knowing that I'm trying to play the harmonica. So, because you're a fabulous harp player. Anyway, so I
appreciate that.
That's the thought that goes through my head. But what I want to talk to you about primarily right now is, you are heavily involved in social activism, and especially through your work as well. You're part of the environmental committee and all that good stuff. And I want you to talk about that, and so I'm not putting words in your mouth. But tell me a little bit about what does the life of a social activist look like right now during this time?
Well, that's the thing, right? Like, I'm a social butterfly, as you know, just like you. If I'm not entertaining, I'm going out entertaining. Plus, I'm involved in the community, right? And being a member of LUS as executive member of Local 444 and the Unifor, it gets me my hands on a lot of projects that's happening in the community. And in the 25 years of activism, being employed that long, I was the chairperson of the environment committee for my local since 1999. And this would be the first year that we're not celebrating Earth Day at Malden Park, where we have, all these different environmental community partners, businesses, anybody that's doing their part to be green, come to Malden Park and celebrate with the families. And that's going to be canceled. Well, it's already been on notice. Quite a few things already been challenged as it is. And now, Doug Ford put the teachers out of work, so the Children's Water Festival was already being delayed, but we thought maybe we'll make it in the fall, but that's not going to happen in the way things are going. So it did put the brakes on a lot of progress of some things that we've been doing that had the momentum. You mentioned about my band. Well, all of us every project that I'm in, 2020 looked really good on paper. Not only the gig that we had to do, that's coming up, but we had a video that we're working on with one of your guests, Walter, who was on your show. He's doing a video for Living It Up, a song I wrote with the Formula Boys. And then the blues side, who's working with another guest of yours that was on, I think, yesterday, Luke Mucho.
Yeah, Luke Mucho, yep.
Yeah, he's a big wiggle singer and also has a studio called Highland. And we did some recording there with the blues side, and all eager to get this stuff happening. And everything came on the halt. Now, that part I'm not used to, okay? I'm not used to putting on the brakes. But on the other side of things, as far as the environment and the union activity, it's been a couple of weeks since I had to share a meeting. It's been a couple of weeks since I hadn't been on a union meeting. Usually my calendar is taken up at least 4 or 5 days or committed to some meeting of some sort. To be honest, I don't miss that part. Actually, never so used to having all this extra time. That's the only, thing that it's kind of like hard to get used to as far as what do you do with the time. But the music part it's part of my addiction. I need to get out there and play, and with my friends, that is. I mean, I'm playing here and I'm doing a lot of writing songs, catching up on work that I've always wanted to do. But those are, most of those chores that are done now. And so I didn't realize how much time it's been taken or always committed to my union project or the environment committee. I mean, I knew that going in with my eyes wide open that I'm busy with 2 bands. And that's all, that stuff that feeds, the music part of my soul, right?
Yeah.
But as far as all these projects that we have going out there, been on break, it's taken a little getting used to. I'm not used to that.
Well, let's
in fact, you know me, I've been on midnight for 25 years. I'm not on a midnight shift right now. I'm
Yeah.
sleeping like normal people do.
How does it feel?
It's wild. It is. I don't. I know what it's like out there now. Everybody sees the morning rise and they go to bed at night, which is a new concept for me.
I've heard of this whole concept of sleeping like a normal person. I'm going to look into it one day because apparently people that do that are just generally happier people. I want to ask you though. You mentioned about the whole Earth Day being canceled, and that's something that's super important because it's something that we recognize as getting back in touch with nature and getting back in touch with the environment. What can people do on an individual level if we happen to be isolated at home? What's some way that we can kind of still respond to and respect that kind of idea when Earth Day actually comes? How can we do our part still?
Well, I think one of the things that we never had time for is to catch up on some extra reading, video. Like my committee are networking a little bit. We have been sharing some, hey, check this out. Did you check this out? Things that we wanted to keep everybody at speed. Because when you're a delegate to the Environment Committee, you might be motivated for something, environment's a big general theme, right? Some people are motivated for the green job part of it. Some people want to deal with the cancer, air pollution, the water issues, or recycling, or so many themes that are the reason why people get involved in a committee. And so just to make everybody more rounded, we've been sharing information about, hey, did you check this out? Did you know about this? Because everybody's a little expert on one theme of the environment, but not the whole picture, I guess. And so that's the only thing we can do in the meantime. Prior to this being lockdown, we were working on an Environment Jeopardy game, which is what we do every year at Malden Park. Kids will come in, or family members, and there'll be categories: climate change, water, pollution, green solution, all these different themes. And as people get the right answer, I play Alex, and somebody being Vanna White gives them an Enviro dollar, which is worth about $2 in the park to spend it. So there's 25 questions. There's, basically $50 per game that's going out to the public that they spend at that Malden Park event. And so we came up with 3 separate games. And so we're ready to launch this new game that for this year, but that's not going to happen.
Yeah.
So I told the gang that why don't we perfect it for an older age, so we can maybe deal with high school students, or or even go maybe bring it simpler down for the grade school student. So we have some ideas that we can do while we're locked down.
Yeah. So
to work on some new question for a game, but other than that, everything put on hold.
Yeah, but apart from your guys' side, apart from the professional side of things, I think where I was going with it was, let's say somebody like me that just wants to observe Earth Day, in my own way. What's something that I can do to still carry that tradition forward, even when I'm on lockdown? What can I do to participate in an Earth Day when I can't go out and gather?
Well, I know depends on what you want to do, but there are some people asking me, are we doing any tree planting? Are we doing anything? And at this moment, all I could suggest is that do something locally, set up a rain barrel, do something, whatever, that feel your part. It's hard to do, right? Because most of the things that I do is sort of activist based, where I'm informing people, I'm educating people, and you need to be around people to do so. You can't have the distancing, to the point where, you can't have a lawyers assembly because we're going to get fined $750 if there's more than 5 people.
For true.
So that's the part that I'm not used to. Never done this before. We've never been in this situation before. And so the first time as a chairperson, I'm actually kind of walking around with less ideas that I can do. Yeah, to make me think about that one. I guess the more thing we could do is just inform. And I guess like David Suzuki said to me once before, to think globally, you have to act locally. And as long as you do something in your own part, in your own walk of life, what do you do in your home is the best way to do it. Believe me, we're saving the environment this lockdown. Less
Yeah.
people are driving.
Yeah.
More people are being stretching the food out a little bit further. They're being very creative. Whatever they got in the freezer that could be a potential meal that probably been there for a while. I think we're all being very conscious about using your stuff. The only environmental mess that happened out of this is the way people are treating with the rubber gloves.
Yeah, the
You
litter
see it in the
bugs.
news where they're just throwing it on the ground. And now we don't have to be, irresponsible there. It's time for us to pick up off ourselves and so on. So there are some things that I'm a little disturbed about how people are treating it, how we're handling it. But other than that, yeah, you made a good point, and I should raise that in the next time I talk to my committee people. What can we do more to encourage people to do stuff
Yeah,
while they're on lockdown?
that cool idea that the environmental ease that's happening because industry's basically been put on hold, right? It's pretty cool to see what's happening, and the unfortunate part about that is that once we have to restart this economy globally, we may see a regression back to the way things used to be. But the fact that we're seeing these positive changes, I think, makes it a little more visible and a little more realistic for people to see that, yeah, we do have an impact on the planet. We do have an impact on the environment. So, I mean, I don't want to go down the rabbit hole of is climate change all man-made and all that. So I don't want to get into all that. I just think it's important that we recognize that we do, as inhabitants of the planet, have a responsibility to ensure its health and well-being, and we can see that because of our restrained activities that is making a difference. So I hope that going forward, even when we jumpstart the economy back up, that we do so with a more a sense of responsibility, from an enlightened sense of responsibility, from seeing the positive change that we've done.
Right on, I agree.
I want to ask you the same question that I've asked a couple of the guests now, or most of the guests, I guess. What's the one thing you miss the most about life as it used to be? And is there something that, now having been forced to be at home, is there something that you found surprising comfort or joy in?
Well, yeah, taking a sad situation like that, I always, just like yourself, making the best of it. It's your personality, it's my personality. It's why we're friends the way we are. We've always given our time in the community and all that. I've been now established in this thing called me time, right? I'm able to catch up on music that I wanted to listen to on my thing to do list is all done. Every room in this house been clean and reorganized. And I'd never and normally have time for that.
Yeah.
And it's finally been, addressed. So now I'm here in the next 4 weeks that we're off. I'm just focusing on a lot of songs that I've have ideas for, but I never finished. The technology could be your enemy in a way, because how if you get an idea for a song or verse, I put it on my phone and I would record this idea. And I looked over it today, and there's 104 song ideas that is out there, whether it's a verse or a riff or a title.
Yeah.
And I said, you know what? I got to address this. I can't let this pile up any further. So this whole week is dedicated to catching up on stuff that I always wanted to do, but I never prioritize it in a fashion that I can. Another thing I've been doing is, me and my family, we're playing a lot more board games. Like, we play this game a lot, the one you've responsible for.
Yeah.
We've done this because you can play with 12 friends or just 2, right?
Yeah.
And with us, it's just 3 of us, so we got something to do. Also, I digged out, because you're doing all this work around the house.
Yeah.
I'm digging out this Xbox that I have 300 games to. To me, my son and my girlfriend, we've all been playing, having fun playing, playing like little kids again.
Nice.
They even found the Wii game that we have. So they thought about, hey, let's put that up.
Nice.
So we are being creative of trying to entertain ourselves. I mean, I'm sure we're all caught up with any TV show that was outstanding or movies we wanted on the do list. That's been addressed in this whole month, 3 weeks or whatever I've been down for. But one of the things that I really appreciate, though, because I do miss my friends, I miss my band, I miss you, I miss all those people in the flesh. I'm a guy that gives hugs and high fives and fist bumps. Is that going to change after this? Is everybody going to get like, stay away?
Yeah.
Because you got to remember, 9/11 changed the world a little bit. It didn't make everybody feel as safe as they used to do. Now, what does it mean? I've already got Ticketmaster send me notice of all these concerts that I bought, because that's one of my leisure thing to do is go and see these bands that I adore, and those shows are canceled. And so, is that going to take a while to get people to get past that? Having too many people in a room, you're bound to get sick or something.
Yeah, I think
That's my concern. And my
I
other
think it is.
concern would be racism. You know, we already know that when 9/11 happened, more people started assuming anybody with the turban is an enemy of yours. I don't want anybody to think that anybody's Asian is automatic an enemy of yours.
Yeah,
They're not responsible for this. If somebody are, there should be some accountability going on there. But that's my biggest fear. But in the meantime, my advice to everybody is stay put. If you think it's terrible that you're in the lockdown for a couple of weeks, you must know that if we get past this another 4, maybe 2 months, it's better than a year or 2 years if we do not act now.
Yes.
And reality is that, you know, I'm a cynical guy. Like when it comes to politics and big business, I've always worried about the little guy being shafted. But when the big business community even says, don't go to work today, CEOs are telling you not to make money because it's that dangerous out there, you know it's a bigger problem than somebody hiding information from us.
There's a larger
I don't know
narrative.
If we know the whole story, but I think as a responsible citizen, as an individual family member, and what you said earlier, and you've been saying it consistently day after day, which I'm so glad. That's why I agreed when you asked me if I want to do this. I said, yeah, man, you're singing the right tune, you're singing the right words to the art and the message is that we all got to do our part to avoid somebody else getting sick. It's not just about how you act. And I like what you said earlier today with the other guest, and I wanted to bring it up myself, was too much information about, hey, things are making a little bit of progress. I don't want to get people getting too comfortable yet. Just like you said about telling people that you know it more affect the elderly, but we know it affects the young people as well. So these young people think, hey, I'm not going to get sick. I can tough it out, and they're not behaving responsible because they think they're immune. And I don't want people being doing that because it's not about just you. It's about how you affect others that might be more vulnerable.
And so that's the thing about it being in like a community disease, right? Is you have to think about the community. So you sent me over an MP3 here. Do you want to set that up a little bit? And then I got to figure out, you know what, I was remiss in the sense that I didn't actually figure out how I'm going to play it yet. So I have to figure that out. So I'm going to let you set this up while I figure out how this is going to actually work. Okay.
Sure. I would just say, this song Living It Up was actually played live the last time we played with the Formula, and we've been getting good response. It's kind of interesting, the song, because it's about taking advantage of your life by living it up to the fullest. And even in my course, you never know when death comes knocking at your door, living it up. Well, right now, a whole lot of people ain't really feeling like they could live it up, being cabin fever. And in fact, I strike a new song that I've been writing out called Isolation Blues because of what's going on. But I think this song was a positive song, and it made you realize that you can't take life for granted. And in fact, you could sing these very lyrics. Everything that I wrote that verse is something I could picture you, our friend Nino, any musician out there that's living a life, giving back to the community. All of our friends that received the Magician Hall of Fame award for all the work we do in our community. That song's about that. Giving back, paying it forward. Realize that if you have grudges, let it go. Because you never know when your time is up.
Yeah.
And
agreed.
So maximize your life. So that song was written to have everybody to treat each day like it's going to be your last, and do it well. Enjoy it. Hug somebody. Love them. Don't be afraid to say those words. That's what that whole message was about. Did I give you enough time?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I realize now I'm going to have a separate page where there's like, a media file information or something like that, I'm just going to end up playing it over the
Sure,
over
that's fine.
the system and all that good stuff. Rick, I thank you so much for being a part of this. You know, it's great to see how the community is coming together. It's great to see how we're all reaching out, you know, to help each other and make sure that we can stay connected. And you know, yeah, it's just it's heartwarming to see everybody reaching out to each other.
Right on. Keep up the good work, brother. Hey, look like I can be a member of your band now. My beard is growing here.
You got some time yet there, sir, but it's
I
coming
got
in.
lots of time for the hair part in the back, but anyway, thanks a lot, my friend, for the invitation, and keep up the good work. You put out a lot of good, positive feedback, and you're singing and wonderful music that you do. It's awesome, buddy, and we
Thanks,
need
man.
to write a song together. What I want to do before this year's over,
Sure.
get you on my next album, okay,
Sure.
pal?
I'm down. Thank you, my friend.
Love you, brother.
You too, my friend. Take care. The best to you and yours.
Thank you very much.
All right. Well, that was Mr. Rick Labonte, and we are going to play a tune that he sent over. And I didn't really think this through. So we're just going to play it and see what happens. So this is Living It Up, I think. Maybe it is.
Life's too short.
there you had it, Mr. Rick Labonte with Living It Up. That was cool, man. Very cool that we kind of figured that out on the fly as well on how to get that going. So I guess for the future, what we'll have to do is figure out some kind of display like this with a media card of the person, or the band. And I should have been more awake to think about that, but this whole thing is coming out of nowhere, folks. Whole thing is coming out of nowhere. All right. Well, Miss Stacey Donnelly. I got to tell this story. So we play these gigs, and Stacey is the most benevolent, caring person on the planet, and I don't know whether she really loves this song or if she just yells it because one time she asked me to play it and I said I don't know it, and I don't really like it. So every single performance, every single gig, for the most part, if there is a lull in the volume level, you will hear from the back of the room this, and I'm going to do my best impression of it, and it's not going to work, but it's going to be like this. Ready? That's what you hear from the back of the hall. Which, it may have come across a little more shrill than I intended. But you take my meaning. It's very hard to ignore. It's piercing. It's just piercing. All right. Well, let's see if we can do this. Woodblock. Man, it was so close. You forget to turn off the looper. That's, come on. More cowbell, you say. All right. Try this again with the looper now functionally turned off. Yes, okay. Pretty woman, gonna walk in the street. Pretty woman, kinda like to meet. I don't believe you're not the truth. No one can look as good as you, yeah. Pretty woman, won't you pardon me? Pretty woman, I couldn't help but see. Pretty woman, you look lovely as can be. Are you lonely just like me? Yeah. Pretty woman, pretty woman, stop.
I guess I'll go on home. It's late. It'll be tomorrow night. But wait, what do I see? Is she walking back to me? Yeah, she's walking back to me. Oh, pretty woman.
Too many pedals, too many big shoes. Gosh. Marshall Ellis Sr. Just saw your video. I'm following for now. Okay, well, hopefully we can make you follow for longer. That last performance notwithstanding. Oh, too many pedals, too big shoes. Stacy, I don't know. You still haven't heard me perform that song as far as I'm concerned. Terrible. Oh, but that's what happens when we're doing things off the cuff. Love old rock. Keep it up. Cool. Well, I got something old, but it's not necessarily rockish that's coming up, but it is a little bit of Neil Young. And we haven't done this Neil Young song on the program yet. So, Marshall, if there's something you want to hear, do feel free to let me know, and I will do my best. If I know it, I'll try to play it. Vis-a-vis Pretty Woman, and hopefully do a better job. Okay, now if the tablet decides to come back to life at any second, so all right, we're going to try this. Sorry, I just had to figure out the key. Have I done California Dreamin' yet? I have, and it didn't work out great. But doesn't mean we can't try it again.
Oh, to live on Sugar Mountain with the barkers and the colored balloons. You can be 20 on Sugar Mountain, though you're thinking that you're leaving there too soon. You're leaving there too soon. It's so noisy at the fair. All your friends are there, and the candy floss you had, and your mother and your dad. Oh, to live on Sugar Mountain with the barkers and the colored balloons. You can be 20 on Sugar Mountain, though you're thinking that you're leaving there too soon. You're leaving there too soon. There's a girl just down the aisle. Oh, to turn and see her smile. You can hear the words she wrote as you read the hidden note. Oh, to live on Sugar Mountain with the barkers and the colored balloons. You can be 20 on Sugar Mountain, though you're thinking that you're leaving there too soon.
you're giving back some glares to the people who you met, and it's your first cigarette. Oh, to live on Sugar Mountain with the barkers and the colored balloons. You can't be 20 on Sugar Mountain, though you're thinking that you're leaving there too soon. You're leaving there too soon. And now you're leaving home 'cause you want to be alone. It's funny how you feel when you're finding out it's real. Oh, to live on Sugar Mountain with the barkers and the colored balloons. You can be 20 on Sugar Mountain, though you're thinking that you're leaving there too soon. You're leaving there too soon. Oh, to live on Sugar Mountain with the barkers and the colored balloons. You can be 20 on Sugar Mountain, though you're thinking that you're leaving there too soon. You're leaving there too soon. There we go. Yeah, Jocelyn, I love that song too. Let's see. So, Julie said, have you done California Dreamin'? I have. And it didn't work out well. And I think I recall the reason it didn't work out well was that I thought that the tab was wrong. And it was screwing me up because I was trying to follow the chords on the tab, and it was not correct. But let's see. Maybe we can try it again. Maybe now that I've played it once, maybe it was my error. All the leaves are brown and the sky is gray. Oh, I've been for a walk on a winter's day. Well, I'd be safe and warm if I was in LA. California dreaming, such a winter's day. Stopped into a church, I'll pass along the way. Well, I got down on my knees and I prayed.
such a winter's day, California dreaming. Such a winter's day, California dreaming. Such a winter's day.
Yeah, it turns out the tab the chords in the tab were just fine. I just can't play guitar. Who'd have thunk? Oh, some minor mishaps at the beginning, but that's okay. Again, we're all among friends here. We're all among friends. Ah. Well, thanks, Sandra. I appreciate that. Oh boy. Let me just pull this up over here for a second because I need to take a moment and thank some people that are help making all this possible. And it's very, very cool because there is some cost to doing this, unfortunately, and especially with the restreaming thing, I've bumped up the subscription that I'm paying every month so that I can reach more people, and that's great. And so we've actually gotten some people to sponsor the program to help kind of offset that cost. In addition to the things that I'm talking about there on the side with the Interac and PayPal, in order to kind of, if you guys feel so kind as to toss me some coin for doing this, as most musicians are, this is like our virtual tip jar. If you were going out to see a show in a club, you would probably be buying a few drinks. So it's a way for us to offset some of our lost income with all these gigs that have dried up. Anyway, some of the people who have been nice enough to sponsor the stream thus far, and if you know anybody that would be interested, let me know. We're looking, especially places that are doing like takeout and delivery and stuff like that. It'd be cool to get them, some exposure so that people know that they have options. But right now we have to thank Rockstar Music Hall. They are Windsor's premier concert event and concert hall. They are also turnkey production for concerts, theater productions, trade shows, fundraisers, and of course the home of the Rockstar Wedding. And speaking of the weddings, they also right above them have the Platinum Room Banquet Hall. And it's also an event venue. It features in-house services for everything such as catering, decorations, DJ officiant. You can get married there, for example, and much more. They do it all for you, make it easy for you. And they also are partnered with Windsor Weddings. They are also in the building. So if you are looking for somebody to help you with the organization and all that kind of stuff, in terms of all relevant services such as live entertainment, DJ, photography, photo booths, decorating, and officiant services, Windsor Weddings, you can check out. They are in the same building. And last but certainly not least, under the direction of Miss Melissa Williams, is the Border City Dance Company. And they're an education and dance in the performing arts. Melissa herself is well known for her work with Prince, Britney Spears, James Franco, Josh Gad, Elizabeth Berkley, Michael Caine, Randy Quaid, etc. for others. And she's also done choreography. You've seen her choreography on So You Think You Can Dance Canada, Bomb Girls, Kim's Convenience, and a lot of other good stuff. So highly professional people doing highly professional things, unlike me, who's just doing this out of the garage studio. So, any and all help is appreciated, and certainly warranted, in my opinion. But then again, that's me, right? And I'm going to work on having those up as title cards, so I can actually take a quick break and just kind of pop those up there and thank them for the job they're doing and making sure that this little venture goes forward. Alrighty. Well, we are into the last hour of the program. So let me know what you want to hear, and I will be happy to play it for you. Happy to play it for you. Or to try to play it for you. Marshall Ellis Sr., you love old rock, keep it up. Well, cool. Let me know what other old rock can I play for you. And I would be happy to give it a shot. Let's see. Yeah, Jocelyn, I'll answer you in a direct message. I don't really know. There is no structure yet. It's all I didn't even approach people. They approached me, so that's kind of neat. So yeah, we'll figure that out. let's do this one. I think I did this one once, and it's really nice. I realize that it's a song that I should play more often. Who's gonna tell you when it's too late? Who's gonna tell you things aren't so great? You can't go on thinking nothing's wrong. Who's gonna drive you home tonight? Who's gonna pick you up when you fall? Who's gonna hang it up when you call? Who's gonna pay attention to your dreams? Who's gonna plug their ears when you scream? You can't go on thinking nothing's wrong. Who's gonna drive you home tonight? Who's gonna hold you down when you shake? Who's gonna come around when you break? You can't go on thinking nothing's wrong. Who's gonna drive you home tonight? Oh, you can't go on thinking nothing's wrong. Who's gonna drive you home tonight? There we go. A little bit of the Cars. Ain't nothing wrong with the Cars. Alrighty. Well, let's just keep going here and see. See what else we can do. Again, trying to pick stuff that we haven't already done a million times. Chasing Cars. What a great example of stuff that are awesome tunes. Love it. Looking it up right now. You know what? I was thinking about that song a couple of days ago, and then it vanished out of my head entirely. And then I've got a Gordon Lightfoot song, a very special Gordon Lightfoot song for a very special friend of mine. And we shall play that one right after this one. That's a good tune. I totally forgot all about this one. Oh, and anything by Elton is always great. Well, I don't know anything that I play by Elton is always great, but anything by Elton is always great. Yeah, we should do some Elton John. We haven't done very much Elton John in the last few days, so I think we should. If my tablet would just start responding to me like a normal person, we could get this going.
If I lay here, if I just lay here, would you lie with me and just forget the world? I don't know how to say how I feel. Those three words I said too much, but not enough. If I lay here, if I just lay here, would you lie with me and just forget the world? Forget what we're told before we get too old. Show me a garden that's bursting into life. Let's waste time chasing cars around our heads. I need your grace to remind me to find my own. If I lay here, if If I just lay here, would you lie with me and just forget the world? Forget what we're told before we get too old. Show me a garden that's bursting into life. All that I am, all that I ever was, is here in your perfect eyes. They're all I can see. I don't know where, confused about how as well. Just know that these things will never change for us at all. If I lay here, if I just lay here, would you lie with me and just forget the world?
Woo! Great song. Great suggestion. I love it. I don't know that Amos Lee tune, but I do know one Amos Lee tune. Let's see. Look up, child, the world is born. Your shoes untied and your soles are worn. Windows are rolled down. The sun is setting high. Windows are rolled down, and I'm fixing to die. Well, cornrows out, companion field, this rocky road, and this steering wheel. Who do you call to ease your pain? I hope for you to get through this rain. Windows
hanging low. Windows are rolled down. I think it's time for me to go. Hey. Is it what you dreamed to be? Are you locked up in this fantasy? All the smiles that have torn us apart, my newfound faith and my broken heart. Windows are rolled down. The sun is rising high. Windows are rolled down. I feel the wind rushing by. Windows are rolled down.
That's a tough beat. And I realized I probably could have done that in a double beat because it does have a snare that comes in instead of just the stick, but or just the rim shot. But clocks, oh boy. It's like we can try it. I've never tried it before. At least that I can remember. We'll try it. I'm just wondering how much of it can I loop. I know that there's a counter melody to there's like a not that. That's fun. Oh, the whippoorwill. The whippoorwill woodblock. Like a. Yeah, I'll have to see what those chords are, but we're close. We're close. Jennifer has a similar shirt on. Yeah, fantastic. Post a link to the shop where people can buy the J Sharp Major shirts. That's what I'm saying. So it would be Okay, so let's get the beat going first, because it's like a... Now let's see if we can loop this nonsense with the piano. Nope, close enough. Close. We just have to remember to count the right melody, count the right number of beats in the loop. So let's try it again. And then we have to switch to the right sound. Oh, this is just an unmitigated disaster already. Now we're going to record this cymbal along with the piano part, because it's only really when the piano part is. So hang on. Now let's try the piano part. Now there is another part. That's not terrible. Let's actually do the bass in there. So it's like I don't like it. We can do a better job than that.
Lights go out and it can't be saved. Tides are trying to swim against. Brought me down upon my knees. Oh, beg and plead, singing, come out of things unsaid. Shooting apple up my head in a trouble that can't be named. Tigers waiting to be tamed, singing. that she knows, singing, come out on my seas, cursed opportunities. Am I a part of the cure? Am I part of the disease? Singing, you, I, you, I, you, I, you, I. Nothing else compares. Nothing else compares. Nothing else compares. Home, where I wanted to go. 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 You, I, you, I,
Well, I don't know. I think we were fine until I realized that there was that bridge in there that the bass didn't work out with. So, kind of powered through it on the guitar, and I hope that that was all right. Thanks, Tina. Appreciate it. Jocelyn, I hope that wasn't terrible. And yeah, jsharpmajor.com. You can go there and check out our online store. You can check out our band that doesn't play anymore because no one plays anymore. No. Oh dear. Well, let's do some Elton John for Sandra. We haven't done any Elton John tonight, I don't think. I know what I want to do. Yeah, I want to do this one. It's a pretty song. I know it's overplayed, but it's a pretty song. Do we sell the stickers too? We had stickers a long time ago, and I had them in a... Okay, so I'm going to tell you a little story. I had these stickers, and we had a whole bunch of them made up. They were really, really good vinyl-y type stickers, and I had a box of like 200 of them, and I kept it in a toolbox. And in my toolbox, I had 2 tablets, I had my power adapters, I had all my looper pedals, I had the power adapters for the keyboards and all this stuff. And one day during loading up for a gig, literally my van sitting outside the front of my house, I brought the toolbox out, put it in there, went inside to grab the keyboard case, brought the keyboard case out, and someone had already stolen the toolbox, which unfortunately had, like I said, 2 tablets, all my power cords, all my looper pedals. I forgot all my microphones as well were in there. And I had a gig that night. So I had to go out to and grab all this stuff off the shelf from the music store, like at least the power adapters, so I could at least get by. It was terrible. It was really terrible. Never found any of this stuff. Had to build it all back up from scratch. Anyway, that's my story. It's my sad story.
Goodbye, Norma Jean. Though I never knew you at all, you had the grace to hold yourself with those around you crawl. They crawled out of the woodwork and they whispered into your brain. They set you on a treadmill and they made you change your name. Seems to me you lived your life like a candle in the wind, never knowing who to cling to when the rain set in. I would have liked to know you, but I was just a kid. Your candle burned down long before your legend never did. Loneliness was tough, toughest role ever played. Hollywood created a superstar, and pain was the price you paid. Well, even when you died, oh, the press still hounded you. All the papers had to say was that Marilyn was found in the news. Seems to me you lived your life like a candle in the wind, never knowing who to cling to when the rain set in. I would have liked to know you, but I was just a kid. Your candle burned out long before your legend ever did. Goodbye, Norma Jean. Though I never knew you at all, you have the grace to hold yourself with those around you crawl. Goodbye, Norma Jean. From the young man in the 22nd row, who sees you as something more than sexual, more than just our Marilyn Monroe. Seems to me you lived your life like a candle in the wind, never knowing who to cling to. Oh, when the rain set in, would have liked to know you, but I was just a kid. Your candle burned out long before your legend never did. Would have liked to know you,
don't know why I feel it's so necessary to do the thing at the end. It's like, oh, now you know the song's over. Now it's really over. Now it could not be over. Maybe nobody knows what's really happening. Is this just a dramatic key change or some kind of dramatic mood change? Nobody knows, but this would indicate the song is over. I don't know. Yes, I agree 100%, Jocelyn. That is really sucks that that somebody did that. I agree. Oh, good, Sandra. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Well, I've done this one before, or maybe I should wait because when Jake's around, he wants to hear the cheese. So maybe I'll wait on the cheese one for now. But there is a good cheese song for sure. And I don't know if Shelly's still listening, Shelly Martinico, but I did do her song very first at the beginning of the set, so or the beginning of the show. Excuse me. So I hope she heard it. It would make me feel bad if she missed it. All right. Sorry, I'm just looking through the list here and trying to figure out what the heck we're... Oh, I said that Gordon Lightfoot song, didn't I? Yes, I did. Gosh. Losing my mind here. Losing my mind. I'll have to look it up again. It's a good tune. Not many people know it, but it's a wonderful song. Actually, I believe that there is on my YouTube channel, there is a version of me doing this one night at the Bridge House while we were waiting for open mic night. Clash, Train in Vain. Never heard of it before. Sorry. Oh, this is going to make me look it up online. Good gosh. Hang on one second here. Well, how come it shows it up in here, but not in the app? That's weird. Whatever, it's going to pull it up in the app now. And there it is. I don't know why the app couldn't find it until I went online, but whatever.
If I had a dollar, oh, if I had a cent, I would claim almost anywhere if it would pay my rent. I'd be living on the downside in my old apartment for the rest of my days. People always ask why the world is on the run. People like you and like me. Is it really true you can really never win? Moving to the upside, tell me when does the fun begin? Deep as the sea and as wild as the weather, we will go, just you and me, to pick wild strawberries together, or be living on our own in a cabin in a meadow, or meandering alone. We can face the world forever, or we'll hit the bounding main, or be on a railroad train, hit the boundless tide, or be on a steamboat ride, in the bounding main, or be on a midnight plane, hit the pounding tide, or be on a rainbow ride. People often ask just the way it must feel be standing up here with you down there. Let it now be known that throughout all these years I have been wearing polka dot underwear. Deep as the sea and as wild as the weather, we will go, just wait and see. To gather crab apples together and and be wandering alone toward a cabin in the meadow or meandering alone. We can face the world together, or we'll hit the bounding main, or be on a railroad train, hit the boundless tide, or be on a steamboat ride, hit the bounding main, or be on a midnight plane, hit the bounding tide, or be on a rainbow ride. People always ask why the world's on the slide. People like you and like me. Is it really true there will be no place left to hide? Turning to the upside, tell me, when does the fun begin? Deep as the sea and as wild as the weather, we might go, just you and me, to pick wild strawberries together, or be living on our own in a cabin in a meadow when the cows will come home. They can face the world forever, and we'll hit the bounding main. We'll be on a railroad train, hit the boundless tide, we'll be on a steamboat ride, hit the bounding main, we'll be on a midnight plane, hit the bounding tide, we'll be on a rainbow ride, hit the bounding main, we'll be on a midnight plane.
Gordon Lightfoot, Wild Strawberries. A relatively unknown Gordon Lightfoot tune, but one that should be known, in my estimation, because it's delightful. See, Jocelyn loved it. She'd never heard it before. And that's, I hope, part of what I hope we're doing here is that I don't typically play a lot of the stuff that most other people play, and so therefore I hope that you're hearing some stuff that maybe you haven't heard before, or haven't heard in a really long time, and I'm hoping you like it. Harvest Moon, that's a good one. I do want to do this one real quick. This is this is a really good tune as well that not a lot of people remember, but it was a big hit in the 70s. I think I did it on the Pooh stream and not the Good stream, so I want to do it on the Good stream because it deserves it. Two wood blocks. I want to put the whippoorwill in there somewhere. It's just so happy. It's like I sat on an attack,
When it all goes crazy and the thrill is gone, the days get rainy and the nights get long. than I can say. Maybe then your blues will fade away. When you need a lover and you're down so low, you start to wonder, but you never know when it feels like sorrow is your only friend, knowing that tomorrow you'll feel this way again. When the blues come calling at the break of dawn, the rain keeps falling, the rainbow's gone. Feel like crying, but the tears won't come. When your dreams are dying, when you're on the run. Just remember I love you and it'll be alright. Just remember I love you more than I can say. Just remember I love you and it'll be alright. And it'll be alright. Oh, and it'll be alright.
Oh, I missed the 70s. Missed the 70s ending. Such a 70s ending and chord there. C major 7th. So happy. Love. Exciting and new. Come aboard. We're expecting you and love. Life's sweetest reward. Let it float. It floats back to you. And I don't know where the next chord is because it's crazy, crazy 70s arrangement. All right, Harvest Moon. Let's do Harvest Moon.
just like children sleeping. We could dream this night away. There's a full moon rising. Let's go dancing in the light. We know where the music's playing. Let's go dancing in the light. Because I'm still in love with you. I want to see you dance again. Because I'm still in love with you on this harvest moon. We were strangers. I watched you from afar. When we were lovers, I loved you with all my heart. But now it's getting late, and the moon is climbing high. And I want to celebrate, see it shining in your eye. Cause I'm still in love with you. Wanna see you dance again. Cause I'm still in love with you on this harvest moon. Cause I'm still in love with you. Wanna see you dance again. Cause I'm still in love with you on this harvest moon. On this harvest moon. On this harvest moon. All right, there you go. Harvest Moon. Any Sinatra? Not off the top of my head, but there's something I can think about. But unfortunately, we have passed now the time. We've been going 5 hours and 7 minutes. My gosh, we are 7 minutes overtime. The union will have a fit
a fit. Well, thank you very much to my guests who join me as always, and thank you very, very, very much to my awesome virtual guests. I can't get this pointing right when the camera's backwards. My virtual guests who join me all the time and have great comments and great questions and all that kind of stuff, and thank you. Again, if you feel so inclined, we do have the links over here where you can toss some coinage. And good night to you, Jocelyn. Thank you for joining it again. I can't believe you're such a trooper. You've been here like almost every night. It's crazy. I mean, I've started to feel like a syndicated program. It's wonderful. Speaking of syndication, if you missed one of the programs and you'd like to see it again, they are available on YouTube. Just go to youtube.com/Tofocles. And I also hope I feel better soon. Thanks, Jocelyn. I'm going to go inside, have some food, watch some crappy TV, and go to bed. And then wake up in the morning and do it all over again. And see you guys tomorrow. We'll have more fantastic guests on the program tomorrow. As always, if there's anybody that you would like to see on the program, or if there's anybody that you think would be a good fit, just send them over my way. My Facebook link is down there on the bottom. There you go. So just make sure that you send them my way, and I'll be happy to talk to them. I want to talk to everybody all over the country, all over the world. I want to get people from Europe. I want to get people from Asia, from Africa, if we can. Let's talk to Antarctica. What's happening down there? Nobody knows. Anyway, that is all. As always, when we're signing up, be good to each other, be kind, be safe, and we'll see you tomorrow.